All right. Good morning. It is a little bit before 4:30, and this is the kickoff of the 32-hour nonstop record-breaking live. I'm so excited. I'm freaking pumped. Let's go. We're going to be knocking this out all day, all morning, all day, all afternoon, all evening, all following morning, and all following afternoon, nonstop till Saturday afternoon. I'm going to be working on a lot of different things. You're going to be seeing a day in the life of a CFO, a day in the life of a real estate investor, day in the life of a podcaster. There's a lot of different things that I do on a daily basis, and I have so much fun doing all of it. You're going to get to see me do all of that in one day. So if you've ever wanted to be a fly on the wall to watching someone build a business, both in actual business and various businesses that I work in and own, and also real estate as well, and even social media, this is going to be your front row seat to that exact thing. So we are going to be covering a lot of things today, and I'm going to be jumping all over the place, if I'm being honest, because that's how I work. You're going to see how I naturally work, and you're probably going to realize that I have ADHD, but I get a lot of stuff done in a very short period of time, and my path does not look straight sometimes. And you have to be like that as an entrepreneur. So I'm excited. Let's dive into it. I'm going to be filming content all throughout the day. The very first thing I'm going to start with is actually my newsletter. So in terms of a newsletter funnel, I have been doing a lot of stuff to prepare for this 32-hour nonstop live. The one thing I forgot to do was actually tell people about the nonstop live. So I have a newsletter that I post, and I have a weekly call every week. I give people some best practices and tips, and then I share when the next call is, and I send a calendar invite to people. So that is something that I did not do this week. So I need to do that first thing this morning. So we're going to dive right into doing that, and we're going to jump into it. So let's do it. All right, so give me a second to get my tech stack set up here. Pull down my green screen. Let's take a second to see how this looks. Perfect. All right, cool. We're ready to rock and roll. All right, so this is the very first thing I need to do today. I need to get the word out there about this live. So we're going to be putting out the funnel information. First, we have to build the newsletter. So I'm actually going to be building, I already have a newsletter built for real estate, but I'm going to be building a newsletter for the various businesses that I have today. It's something that I've been talking about doing for, I don't know, a month or two. And I'm just to the point where it's like, all right, we're doing it. You know, when you're building a business, you're wearing all the hats. You're the CEO, you're the CMO, you're the CFO, you're the CPO, you're the C, all the O's, right? You're wearing all the hats, your sales, your everything, every single role in the company, that's you. And if you're in that period of time, kind of like I am in some of the businesses, mainly the real estate side, all the other businesses, we have a lot more of a mature organization. You're going to have to wear a lot of different hats. Okay. So sometimes you just got to roll up your sleeves and get work done. And that's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be rolling up our sleeves and getting work done. So first, before I dive into that, I actually want to check to see if all my streams are working. We're going to have a lot of technology transitions today. I've never transitioned from from computer to phone. Since we're doing 32 hours live nonstop, I will have to transition from my computer to my phone. So I want to make sure the stream doesn't get lost. And first, I want to make sure that all the streams are actually working. So let me check that out. Let's go to my YouTube channel. Well, it says I'm live. Okay, well that's good. So we're good there. And let me last go to, I know it says on my Facebook that I'm live, and let's go to my LinkedIn. I don't really go live on my LinkedIn very often. So let's see. Cool. It looks like there is a link for that. So we should be good to go. So let's dive right in. All right. So I'm going into my funnel and I'm going to build out this email. So I need to get the word out about what I have. So I have 151 people on this newsletter list, and it's 151 people that are like actually interested. So if I go into, let's check this out. Let me view the details. I can't remember where these stats are for this. Okay, well, they're right here in front of my face. So we had 44% open rate, which I think is pretty strong for a newsletter. I'd say probably, I don't know exactly what the average is, but I want to say it's probably like 10 to 20%. So the people on this newsletter, it's a highly filtered list. Like these people actively wanted to be on the list. They signed up for it. You know, it's not really like I signed them up. So there's a high chance that they are actually going to read it because they get a lot of value out of the newsletter. I start right off the bat giving them 3 hours of free training over 4 days, 4 different videos. And they're like, holy cow, this guy just gave so much value in this newsletter, which is the hook to actually get them to be a retaining subscriber and actually want to be on the newsletter. So when I send out a newsletter, people know that I'm sending out a ton of value. So let's go ahead and edit our newsletter. And I think eventually I'm going to start doing this newsletter at a Go High level. For now, I'm doing it out of ClickFunnels. So we're going to see how this works. I'm going to go off of a previous template. I think I'll just do this template. I'm not the biggest fan of the newsletter currently. Like, I think it can be a lot better, but this is a good starting point. So I don't have a ton of stuff that I'm going to be communicating today, but what I do is I give people a tip of the week, right? So this gets them a little excited. And what I should probably do, actually, now that I'm thinking, where's my phone? Wow, we really suck today on the tech stack here. All right. I got to go get my phone because that's pretty important. So I'll be right back. All right. I got my phone. So I recorded a video while I was in Montana, and I want to find that video. So give me a second. Reason why 9 times out of 10 title companies hate Morphe methods. Okay, we already did that one. I'm just going to delete that. Anytime you're doing a Morphe method, I highly recommend that you make sure the lender that you choose does not have any second position restrictions. Okay, cool. The majority of lenders won't actually give you the mortgage documents until you're literally at the closing table. You would think that you would get a nice little preview a week or two before. That's not how it happens. So you need to have that conversation up front, loan broker or originator, and make sure that there's no restrictions on second positions to protect yourself. Anytime you're doing likely be at the closing table. Okay, so the tip of the week, I'm doing the tip of the week right here. And why can you not see my screen? I knew there was going to be some challenges. Okay, let's figure this out. Display? No. Okay, we need to make sure that when I change screens, you can see that. Okay, cool. So this whole time, I want to make sure my screen is being shared. Perfect. Love it. Okay, let's rock and roll. The majority of the lenders do not provide mortgage documents until closing, and the first time you see them will likely be at the closing table. The risk of you want to make sure that you have seen this prior to. You want to make sure you want to be 100% certain that the lender does not exclude second positions and they are okay with the intentions of your transaction because you do not want to put yourself in a position where you are withholding information that could have resulted in a denied loan. So you want to make sure that the lender's on board with what you're doing, okay? And so what I'm going to do does not have any second position restrictions. Okay, so that's 40 seconds. I'm going to upload this YouTube short video on my YouTube channel. I'm going to do this on my phone. It's just easier to do on my phone. So I'm going to upload that. Says preparing video. I don't know why it needs to take so long to prepare video. Okay, let's let that take a second. Live today. Today. 32 hours straight. All right. Let's see. Preparing the video. Okay, so let me get the StreamYard link here. I'm going to post that link in here. Man, this video is still preparing. That's wild. Surely it can't take that long. So I'm rationing my caffeine today. And I just took some Spark. So that's 110 milligrams. I'm probably going to end up taking 330 milligrams today. And I'm going to kind of ration that throughout the day. I have no idea why my phone is not going to load this video, which is a bit of a problem. So I'm not able to make this post. Okay, let's see. I love how the one video I'm trying to upload is not loading. All right, we're gonna get this figured out here. Mm-hmm. Let me close out of this YouTube and try it again. This was supposed to be a very quick process. Apparently, it's not going to be quick. All right, we're going to get rid of that. Okay. Get rid of this. We're going to leave that there. I'm going to get rid of that. "32 hours non-stop live." Building businesses, software. Social media, and all things real estate. That's what we're doing. I think I made a post about this the other day, and it did not go through. Okay, so long as why not? We're going to set the agenda for today. So the first 15 hours will be me working in my various businesses. We will be having our monthly Sub2 meetup streamed live for 2 hours. The back half of the last 15 hours will be all about real estate. Throughout the day, we will have pop-up podcasts with Owners Club members dropping in to chat and talk about what they are working on. Okay, cool. Streamed live on my Facebook, YouTube, and LinkedIn. Okay. So I got a tip of the week. Let's review this. Make sure that no spelling errors. You do not want to put yourself in a position where you're withholding information that could have resulted in. Okay, cool. 32 hours nonstop. Love it, love it, love it. Okay. I'm going to send myself a test. Oh, I definitely don't want to have that as the title. 32-hour nonstop record-breaking call today. Breaking Pace's record of longest call. Update. All right. Now we're going to send a test of that newsletter. So I'm going to check to see if we actually are going to get it. Why does it say I can't log into my account? That's not good. Give me a second here. Okay, looks like that expired. Hold on. Let me try to log in here. Don't remember my password. That is clearly not it. Okay. Give me 1 second. So what I'm doing is I want to make sure that the email that gets sent out is something that can actually be viewed. Looks like my domain expired. Dang it. So my website's broken right now. Oh, okay. I need to go find my wallet here in a second. What is my password to this? Unfortunately, we're going to have to figure this out today because I do need that up and running. Let's see. What is my Squarespace domain? BRD domain. let's see. We got. That's a problem. I don't remember my password. Continue. And this is real business. You run into problems all the time. So let's see. I'm gonna have to go get my wallet here in a second and make sure that I can get this rocking and rolling. Actually, I can just do it remotely. I don't think I need to go get my wallet. Give me 1 second as I fumble around with this, though. Okay. Try to get this thing up and running. 412. Seven. Bear with me a second. I'm just trying to get all this stuff squared away because we are going to need access to some of this. Oh, wow. That's my alarm. Let me make sure I turn off my alarms. Okay, cool. All right. Well, thanks for bearing with me for a second. Let's get back to our newsletter here. I'm glad I decided to test that today. So we're going to send this to, let's see, how many people? 151 people. And I want to make sure this works. So I'm still trying to put in my payment information. It looks like this website is not working. It's just spinning. Let's see. I think this might be working now. I don't know. Let's see. Deals. All right, I'm going to try to log in. It didn't give me any success message when I was checking out, but let's see if, nope, that still doesn't look like it's, wait, hold on. All right. Still trying to get access to this. For some reason, it is not letting me get logged in. Invoices. It says it's paid, but I don't see that it's working. All right. Well, give me another like 2 minutes, and if this isn't working, we will try something else. Let's see. It says it's active. Maybe it takes a few minutes to get up and running. Oh, wait, I think I may have found it. Almost there. And then we're going to get this newsletter off, and then we're going to start cranking away. So this is a little bit of a slower start to my morning than I wanted to, but that is life. Sometimes that happens. Okay, so I think we should be good on that, hopefully. And I won't be sharing my email today. In a lot of my prior streams, I was sharing my email, and what YouTube was doing is like removing my live, and it wouldn't let me show that afterwards as the replay. So I'm unfortunately gonna have to minimize the amount of times I share like my email today. So I think I'm almost done. Give me 1 second. Why is this not working? It keeps taking me to a screen that doesn't work. All right, let's try this one more time. Okay, that looks like that was updated. Let's go back, refresh this, see if this works. I don't know why this is not working. Let's see. Maybe we'll just give it a few minutes and see if If that is not working, then we'll try something else. Okay, let's send this test to a different email. All right, we're going to send this test. Okay, done. Watch, I don't get the email. That'd be funny. Okay, I got the email. Make sure everything looks good. Okay, looks good, looks good. All right, cool. We're going to send this out right now to everybody. Update that. And we're going to schedule the broadcast, which is now. Okay, we're going to send 151 people right now. Okay. So that is our newsletter. So we blasted that out. And throughout the day, we're going to be creating a couple different newsletters for various companies. And what I'm going to be doing next, actually, so let's think about, let me get my notebook, which I took some notes on what we're going to be doing. All right. So let's see what we got. So I need to do a training for our software. So we have some, let's see. So whenever we hire drivers for our trucking company, part of their onboarding process is learning the software. And so what our team is doing is they are continuously having to manually train the drivers. And that doesn't make sense because there's a lot in that training for the software, specifically for the software, that can be repeatable, right? This could easily be something that can be filmed in a video. And so someone doesn't have to physically walk them through that each time. Or at the very least, a video is filmed that walks through the training. And then if they have any questions, then they can ask someone. So it cuts out a lot of like that wasted movement. And so that is something that we're going to be doing today. First, give me a second because what I'm sharing on my screen is actually not what is happening. All right, let's fix this. Interesting. Okay. So that seems to be working now at the moment. Okay, I'm going to have to keep an eye on that all day, I guess. All right, so let's go into fixing this. So I'm going to pull up our website. In our test database version, actually, give me a second. I'm going to log into, my cat's in the way. Hey, good morning. Early morning. Appreciate you jumping on. I am trying to minimize my 7 million browsers. Give me 1 second. Wow, there's a lot going on here. Let's get rid of all this stuff. All right. Let's get logged in. Good morning. What's up, Chris? How are you? Chris, are you going to make it to the meetup later tonight, or do you want me to underwrite that property now? Because I can switch gears and underwrite that property now if you want to. My cat is being so annoying right now with knocking out all my stuff. Unfortunately, I had to rehome my cats, and then the new owner had them tested and found out that one of them has cat leukemia, and very saddening to hear. And so they gave him back. And so now I have my cat back again, and it was very difficult for me to give away my cats to a new home because of my son and his allergies. And so now I have to go through all that all over again, which is not fun. All right, so I'm getting logged into our backend software. Hey, Chris, if you're still watching, just drop a, let's see, you can't guarantee you can make it. Okay, cool. Let me get logged into my software here real quick. And let's just underwrite this property after I get logged in. I'll jump gears for a second. Okay, so I'm logged in there. I hope you make it though, because attendance has not been very strong, which is disappointing. We'll have like 5% of people show up, which is that actually register, which is pretty realistic of life. A lot of people will make a commitment and not show up. Okay, do you remember, Chris, what email did you send that to? Let me pull up my CRM. Hold on. I think I have it. All right, I got a bunch of junk emails. Trying to work around my cat here. Give me a second. I think I'm having trouble finding your email, Chris. Did you send it to my personal email? Maybe you sent it to my personal email. Hold on. Yeah, you did. You sent it to my personal email. Okay. Let me pull that open. Okay, so I'm going to underwrite this property. This looks like a pretty good opportunity. Let's see. And you can't see my screen, of course. Here. All right. I got to fix this. Hold on one second. This is going to cause me problems all day if I don't fix this. We got the right display. Application. No. Window. No. Display. Okay, so something about this is not liking me today. So you can see that now, but for some reason this connection keeps dropping, but we're going to go ahead and underwrite this. So we got a property for $250,000 and the monthly rent is, you have in here 2,100. I'm going to underwrite it based on pretending like I never saw that. So we're just going to see what I come up with. I assume I'll probably come up with the same thing. So this looks like a 2-bed, 1-bath, since there's a duplex on each side. So we're going to do 2-bed, 1-bath. And I'm underwriting this with Renometer. So the number that I came up with was 923. So you got 2,100. I'm going to put in here 923, which I think you could probably easily get 950. So I'm just going to use 950. So that's 1,900. Where did you get 2,100? Oh, funny enough, it says one of the duplexes is being rented for 950, which is the exact number that I used. Tenants pay gas and electric. Owner pays sewer. Ooh, why would he do that? Meter together. Yeah, I wouldn't be paying that. So that's actually lower. He's netting a lower amount because he's paying for the sewer. Okay. So that's 950. I would definitely be raising the rent if that's the case. So let's figure out the taxes. Pretty expensive. Marion County is brutal on taxes. I don't know why. Okay, so let's just start off with 70% LTV and just kind of see where we land based on that. Definitely not very strong cash flow right off the bat. Because if you look, without any sort of seller finance consideration, we're at a gross cash flow, or I guess let's look at the net cash flow of negative $58. And that doesn't even consider what the seller's going to want, which I assume they're going to want something, which is the most you would want to do is $100 a month. Ideally, you would do no monthly payment whatsoever. That's a tough one. Not the greatest cash flow. Let me see what you came up with in your underwriting, and let's compare numbers because I've updated my model, so I want to see what is different. Okay, so you have, I can't remember what the assumptions were back then when you first looked at this, but I think I've moved my insurance estimates to $135 a month. So that's a difference right there in your model. If I look at property taxes, you have $2,196. Where did you get that number? The number that I'm showing, if I go to Zillow, for example, let me go and look up this property on Deal Sauce because Zillow's not always 100% correct, right? So let me go look this up on Deal Sauce. If I can find my login information. All right, so I'm looking this up on Deal Sauce. I'm pulling up the taxes. Yeah, so the property taxes are on Deal Sauce. It actually says 3,357. I'm just going to assume this is probably the more updated and accurate one. So on your underwriting, you have 2196 on the taxes, and then you have 996 on the insurance. Mine is 1620 because that's where I think the market's at realistically on insurance policies right now, especially for like a duplex. Let me see what else you got. So I'm lower on monthly rent than you are. You have 2100. Let me put this property into. Let me see. I'm highly annoyed right now by my technology because I just shifted my screen and it did not move with me the way I wanted it to move. Let me try to Mac OS screen capture. Mac. No. Oh, I got 3 screens. That makes more sense. Okay, let's see. I'm going to get rid of this one. Give me a second. I'm messing around with this because it's really annoying. Remove. Okay. Now I'm extremely zoomed in. Watch, I just screwed up this whole live and it doesn't work anymore. That'd be funny. So now you can't see me. I assume. Nope, you can't see me anymore. All right. Properties, full screen. That is definitely not what I wanted to do. I've messed this thing up so bad. That's so funny. Oh my goodness. What is happening? This is the worst technology live stream ever. I love it. We're going to figure this out. We got 32 hours to figure this out. So at some point, I'm going to figure this out. Okay, whatever we're doing is clearly not working. So let's start over. Okay, my face is on the screen. That's a good start. Let's start again. Mac OS audio capture. Nope, I want MacBook. Okay, we got the right screen on. Window, but I need to get the scaling fixed. How do I fix the scaling? We're gonna have to break out the big guns here, ChatGPT. Okay, so you looked at Rentcast and Zillow rents for the prices. Okay. Once I remove my head from my rear, and figure out my screen issue, we'll go ahead and dive into that. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, actually, it's going to be a lot longer than 1 second. But let's see. Okay, let me look this up. Let me stop messing around. Let me go to ChatGPT. How do I fix OBS screen share that is zoomed in? Right click your screen. Let's see. Transform. Duh. Why didn't I just do that, right? Transform fit to screen. Okay. Let's go. Okay, now I am behind the screen. So how do I put myself in front of the screen? I need to bring to front. Okay, let's ask ChatGPT again. My camera layer is behind the screen share. How do I bring it forward? Go to sources. Camera source. Drag it above. That is not helpful. Let's see. What can you see? Yep, you see the exact same thing I see, which is me behind the screen. Okay, cool. What an idiot. Oh, let's go. I don't know what I did, but we're back in progress. Let's go. All right. Oh, I love that because it's not sharing my screen live. I just made a change on my screen and it did not show that. Love it. I really hate OBS right now. It's making me look like a not smart person. Let's see. There's got to be something so simple that I'm doing. Hide OBS and restart recapture. Okay. Okay, cool. For the time being, this is working. Who knows? I'll probably have some more challenges in 5 minutes. Okay, you looked at Rentcast. You looked at Zillow. Let's pull it up. So I'm going to pull up this property. Zillow rental estimate. The problem is, so it pulled 1302 a month, but the problem is that it's pulling as a 4-bed, 2-bath. It's not pulling as a 2-bed, 1-bath, which is what you want it to pull as a, like, so it's looking at the comps as if it's a 4-bed, 2-bath home. And it's pulling 1302 a month, which is not what you want it to pull. And you're looking at maybe you took the average rent here. But if you look, the average rent for a 4-bedroom property, we need an actual 2-bed, 1-bath because that's what this actually is in terms of a duplex. So if I go to Rentcast now and search this property, and again, we do 2-bed, 1-bath, and that might have been the mix up there. We're looking at 11,190 on rent. I don't know if I quite buy that. So we know it's currently being rented for $950. Honestly, a 2-bed, 1-bath, that's pretty. At $950, that's pretty low. This must be in a pretty rough area. I would think you could at least get 1,100. I don't know what the condition of the property is. So if we go back and look at the condition of it, it's got 34 photos. Okay, so looks pretty clean. But one thing I want you to consider is that this property has tenants in it right now, right? These pictures are old because a tenant doesn't live like this. There's no fridge. There's no shower curtain. At some point, there was probably a roof leak because this looks like shit. It's a pretty clean unit, honestly. Like, see, look, there's no fridge. There's probably, this was when they first turned the unit, probably. It doesn't look like that now, I suspect. So let's just go with, I'd be comfortable doing this at 1,000 on each side, which leaves very, very little cash flow. I would pitch $100 monthly payment. Honestly, that's what I would pitch. Do you want to call this? Have you talked to this agent at all? Or what do you want to do next steps? It's worth having a conversation for sure. You just let me know. I'm going to start moving on to my training that I'm going to do for our software. But let me know how you want to handle next steps. Okay. Do you want to schedule a call with the agent today, or do you just want to cold call the agent? Like, let me know what time do you want to do that? What time do you go to work today? Seven a.m. Well, the agent's not going to be up at 7 a.m. I can assure you that. What time do you get off work? Okay, hold on one second. I'm going to have to do. Could be any time from 3:30 to 7:30. Life of a truck driver. I feel you, bro. Okay. Well, between 5:30 and 7:30 is our meetup. So I know you're coming to the meetup, right? And we could definitely do that in person. But 3:30, between 3:30 and 5:30, if it's before then, that could definitely work. So you'll just have to let me know, send me a text or something, or hop on here again and let me know. I'm honestly probably not going to look at my phone a ton today unless I'm making calls. So just shoot me a message here, I guess. Or if I'm not answering here, then send me a text. I don't know, but we'll figure that out. We'll just plan on calling later today. Crap. Why do I run into tech problems every single time? Okay, let me try to figure this out. TMS dev. Really hope this works. So you can't see my screen that I'm sharing again. Okay. This is driving me nuts. Gotta get this figured out today. Zero, 3, 6. Incorrect code. Interesting. This is 167971. Incorrect code. Can't even get into my own software. That's hilarious. There's just one problem after another this morning. That's all right. We're gonna keep punching through it. Okay, cool, man. Yeah, just let me know. We'll hop on and figure it out. All right. Let me on my other screen here. Actually, I don't want to do that. Okay, I'm clearly gonna get myself locked out. So give me 1 second. Pull this on my other screen. So I am about to do a training video on our software. MundoIBU.edu. But I need to get logged in first. Okay, it's asking me for the MFA. Okay, I'm in. Okay, cool. So I'm in our software right now, and I'm going to create a all right. So let's play around with my browsers here for a second. One second. Okay. So I'm going to build a load here in our software. And then we're going to do a training. So let me make this wider, give me more room to work with. Let's see. I'm literally just making up this information just so I can do a training. Please be on time. Please don't be late. Actually, yeah, we're going to leave that there. Okay. Driver. Give me 1 second. I'm logging in as a new driver. Okay, cool. Nope, I don't want to do that. Okay, so now I'm going to open up my Zoom and we're going to run a Zoom. That's not what I want to see. And I'm going to do a live recording for our training. And so the video source is OBS. Cool. Okay. All right, so now I'm going to do a live training for our software. So I have Zoom pulled up here, and what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be doing a recording, so that way we have this for the training of our drivers. I'm going to record this to my computer, and then what I'm probably going to do is upload it to YouTube.
Recording in progress.
All right, so welcome to Inspire. So this is Inspire TMS training. This is the software that we use. So I am starting here as a insight into what the dispatch team uses. So this is not what it's going to look like for you, but this is what it looks like for us. So the first thing I'm going to do here is you can see I've already kind of built out an order. I just wanted to give you some additional context, what this looks like for us and how it flows over to you. And you're going to see this update in real time. So our software updates in real time. And whenever we push things over to you, you get that information in real time. And then whenever you push information over to us, we get that information in real time as well. So I wanted to not only explain that, but to physically show that to you. So I'm going to dispatch this load to you. So I'm dispatching this load to you, and you should be getting this under your current loads. I love how this is not working. Oh my gosh. Okay. We're definitely starting this recording over. Epic fail. All right. That's like the story, the theme of this morning. Okay, we're stopping that. So let's go over here. We have the screen share, which is not apparently working very well. Hold on. Display capture. Okay, cool. Got it. All right, so why is this not working? Let's figure that out. All right, so I've assigned to this driver Driver Pro. Let's see what login I'm using here. For this. Not sure why that keeps happening. Okay. Full name. Working on my other screen real quick. To be able to pull this in. Okay, so I am logged in as this driver. And I'm going to dispatch this order to this driver. And I want to know why this isn't working. So that was dispatched to this driver. So why isn't it working? It's going to be really hard to do a training video if I can't get this to work. Oh, what am I? I am so dumb. So dumb. Okay, so this is the order. Yep. Okay. Revenue, estimated pay. We got the pay rates here. I don't have any pay rates. We're going to say this person gets 30% of that. I'm just making this up. Let's just keep it 30 for easy math. 25 an hour, sure. I'm just making these numbers up, right? So it doesn't necessarily matter. Okay. So let's go back to these orders here. And now we want to calculate the driver's pay. We'll pull that driver off. Let's make sure this works now. Okay, cool. So it should be calculating driver pay. Perfect. Let me dispatch this. Now we see that working. We're going to accept it. And now that's a current load. Okay, cool. Now I'm going to build a new load. Completely. I'm just making this up. Whoops. Okay, cool. All right. So now we can start our training. So now I'm going to pop open Zoom here. And let's go ahead and start this training again. We want to make sure my screen is updating. Which it appears to not be. Give me 1 second. If I have to do this all day long, I'm going to be extremely annoyed. Okay. And so now I'm going to go ahead and start the recording again. Share desktop 1. Actually, no. Stop share. Okay, cool. Let's do it. All right, we're going to go ahead and start the recording.
Recording in progress.
All right, so welcome to Inspire TMS training. I am starting off by showing you what it looks like in our side as the dispatcher. So this is our own proprietary software that we have built. We have our own in-house team that handles the development and handles all the features. So we have an experience built out for our back office team and dispatchers and operations. And then we also have an experience built out for you as the driver. So we're going to dive right into that. And I not only wanted to talk about it today, I wanted to show you. So our system updates in real time both ways. So from our dispatch and operations side, whenever we put in information and dispatch that over to you, you're going to get that information in real time. Same goes for your side. Whenever you input information over to us, you're going to get that. You're going to put that information in real time, and then we're going to get that in real time as well. So I wanted to show you a little demonstration of what that looks like. So you can see on the left is what your screen would look like. So if I go to load request, it's empty right now. So I'm going to pop open, I'm going to dispatch this load that I had already built in our system. And you can see as soon as I dispatched that, it automatically showed up in your load request. So I just wanted you to see how that real-time communication works, both on our side and also your side. So when you get a load request, you're going to also get a text message that says load request. And then it'll take you to the link of what this is here for the software. For the time being, at the time that I'm filming this, we don't have an actual mobile application. So you unfortunately will have to log into the browser URL. At some point, we will be rolling that out. We just don't have that quite ready yet. So if you go into the actual order, it's going to give you the order information of where we're shipping, the origin, the destination, how much the revenue is, what your estimated pay is, and what the loaded rate per mile is. So you can either accept or decline this order. Hopefully you should be accepting it. So now, once you've accepted this order, if you look back in our system, we have seen that you have accepted this dispatch. So that lets us know that you've accepted it because you can see this check mark here. So now we have, let's see, look at this order. We have, okay, so it's this top order. If we go into here, we have a couple different options. So again, I'm going to go to load request. We've already accepted all of our load requests. I'm going to go to current loads, and that's what you're going to be on. So you may be on one load at a time. You may be on two loads. It just depends on your schedule. So I'm going to go into this order. You have a couple of different options here. So what you're going to be doing is you're going to be putting in your truck number, right? So depending on what truck you're in, you're going to put that information in, and you're also going to be putting in what trailer you're in. Now, this is a test version of our software. So when I put the tracking in, it's very possible that the tracking doesn't work. So, but this will work in the live version. So whenever you hit, whenever I hit start tracking in this test version, again, it may not work, but for you, it should work. So I'm going to hit start tracking, and then it should start tracking. So again, to me, when I look at this, it probably is not working here. But for you, it should be working. And that's going to be communicating the tracking position of your equipment. And if you look at the stop information, we have a couple of different options. We have arrived, departed, lumper. So they're pretty straightforward. So if you have arrived and departed, so what you want to do here is go ahead and put in your arrive time, right? So if you arrived at, let's say your appointment was at 6:10, let's see actually when this appointment was. Yeah, so on the 24th, which was yesterday, of course we want to be on time, right? So we're going to put that our time was here. So we're going to submit your time. And if you look at our software, you can see that these updates are happening in real time. I can see that you arrived on time. So you arrived on the 24th at 5:55 a.m. and that puts in your arrival time. If you need to edit that time, you can go in here and also edit that time, and that too will also communicate to our system. So if you needed to change that for some reason, you could change that. We didn't miss the appointment here. Let's see. This is a good example. I'll get to that one in a second. If for some reason you were late, it will prompt you a message that says, you know, hey, why were you late? Was it due to weather? And then you can submit that if you were late, right? So on your departed time, so if we look at, that's why it asked us if we were late, because I accidentally did that on the 24th. So let's go ahead and change that time. So now we're back on time, right? So we're back on time here. So perfect. So if we go to the departed, now, if we left, let's say we left at 7:56 a.m., we departed at that time. And again, you realistically should not be departing a full 24 hours later. So let me go ahead and adjust that time real quick. So that's when your departed time should be. And if you have lumpers, if you have any sort of lumpers, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to put in whether or not that was paid by, let me minimize this and bring the focus. Now that you kind of see a little bit of this, let's bring the focus more onto your experience as the driver. 1 second here. Looks like my screen is giving me an issue. So let's go ahead and fix that. Bear with me. Okay, cool. So we should be good here. And so we're going to go ahead and put in, let me make that full screen. Paid by the customer. So if the lumper was paid by the customer, you would go ahead and put that in. If the lumper was paid by you, that means that we would need to do a driver reimbursement at that point. So that's what you're going to want to record there. So I'm going to put in a lumper of $135. So this is going to get added to the order whenever you put in a lumper for $135. If you have the actual lumper receipt, you're going to want to upload that right here. So I don't have any, let's see. I don't have any PDFs on my screen that I would feel comfortable uploading. So you can go ahead and actually, it's not even going to let you go forward. That's a good thing to know without uploading. So let me try to find a simple PDF that I can upload, which let me try to find something that I can use. Actually, I can't find anything I can use. Let's go and fix that problem. Actually, I'm going to need to start this recording over again, which is awesome. Bear with me 1 second. All right. Let me cancel this one because we clearly don't have our act together here. All right. This is not working how I intended. So we're going to end tracking on that one. Okay. Let's go ahead and skip on to something else because I need to come back and get a few more documents. All the documents on my computer are sensitive information and I don't want to be sharing that. So let's see. We're going to do a training on, let's see, we got that. We got that. Okay, cool. Let's just do that. Let me go and find. Here we go. That's what I'm looking for. Let's go and find some old orders and hopefully we can find. Nope, I'm not finding that. Okay, yeah, let's just use that. Okay, cool. So we're just going to use that as our test here. Okay, so let's go ahead and restart this driver training and go from there. Let me find my screen here. Okay, cool. Awesome. So let's launch this bad boy. And we're going to build a new order. Actually, I'm just going to duplicate this order. Duplicate this order. You are not seeing what I'm seeing, so let me refresh my. There's definitely some bugs going on with this OBS because it is not keeping up with what I'm doing, but we'll work through that. That's fine. Okay. So we got that. Everything looks good. Okay, so we're going to restart this training. Hold up 1 second. We're going to be skipping. What up, man? How long have you been here? I didn't see you.
Oh man, I literally just saw your email this morning, man. I just got to the gym, so
Awesome,
yeah.
man. What do you got? What do you got going on?
Well, today's tricep day, and then after the gym, I got to get ready to go to Real Estate Surge. Are you familiar with Life Surge?
I've not heard of that.
Well, they're a Christian-based ministry that they empower entrepreneurs to go out there and kick butt for God's kingdom, right? So today's their the first day of their real estate workshop. It's a workshop. It's a 3-day workshop, but I'll only be able to attend 2 days because on Sunday I'm flying out to Phoenix for Paces No One Left Behind challenge. So a lot going on, man.
Okay, nice.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah, absolutely, man. But
That's
I figure
awesome.
I would just
The end of August is when I go out there for the golden ticket. That's the same thing, right? The golden ticket, or are you actually going on the No One Left Behind challenge?
Well, it's both, right? So Monday through Thursday is the No One Left Behind challenge, and then on Friday they're doing the golden ticket event.
Okay. So are you going for that whole week?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, and I heard
so
it's
I'm
hot.
just going for the golden ticket. I'm not going for like a whole week. I'm just going for 1 day.
Gotcha. Yeah. The golden ticket is just 1 day. It's just Friday.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Nice.
But you know more
Very
about this than me, so you're actually an owners club and all that. You've been in it for what, 2-3 years now?
No, this is my first year in owners club, actually.
Yeah, but I'm talking like Pace Morby's world, right? Like
I joined Sub 2 a little over 2 years ago. Sub 2, Gator, Top Tier TC, all of it.
Yeah. So how has that experience been for you? I don't want to hold you up. Like
No, you're good, man. I'm gonna be literally doing this. Let me pull my normal view here for a second. I'm gonna be doing this for 32 hours straight, so I got plenty of time.
Good.
Yeah, no, it's been amazing. It's been life changing. You know, I had never done any sort of like social media or branding or anything until I met Pace, and he just pushed the importance of, you know, how important it is to create a brand. And here I am, you know, 2 years later on a 32-hour nonstop live. I remember sitting in this very seat, not the same setup, but 2 years ago, my first time recording myself on camera. I think I filmed like a 6-minute video and it took me like 2 hours to film it. And by the end of those 2 hours, I was like drenched in sweat because of how nervous I was. And like, just goes to show you, just, you don't need to be perfect. Like, and if I go back and look at that, I probably had like 2 views. Like, I don't know. It was probably, me and my wife.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
no one
But
cares. It's not
you
about being
know,
perfect. It's just about taking action.
exactly. You don't have to be perfect to get started, but you have to get started to be perfect.
Yep.
That's. I know you've heard that saying many times, man, and that's what I live by.
Yep.
It's kind of like going
Absolutely,
to the
man.
gym, right? If you want to be fit, you can't just go one time. The first time you go, you're going to be extremely sore. That's it. The first week or two that you go, you're just going to be extremely sore. You're not going to see any gains. But it's that consistency when you keep showing up, your discipline with your health, your diet, all of the above. There's more to being healthy and fit than just going to the gym 1 or 2 weeks a year, right? So I
Yep.
learned that the hard way. But hey, I learned from my mistakes. That's just who I am.
Exactly, man. That's what it's about. And
Hmm.
so, yeah, I mean, it's been awesome. It's hands down the best money I've ever spent.
Yeah,
No question.
yeah, yeah,
And
man.
so, how
I
long have you
believe in
been
you.
in?
I literally just came in like not even 3 weeks ago. But last
Oh,
year,
wow.
yeah, last year I went to Squad Up Summit, right? And I've always been a Grant Cardone guy, a Grant Cardone follower. But here lately, I haven't been really big on Grant Cardone. He's kind of gone off off the the route that he said he would never go. He's going down that route. And what I don't like about Grant, man, he doesn't ever work with his students, right? He preaches real estate mindset, but he's just like, just give me your money and I'll invest it. He's never worked with his students ever.
Yeah.
That's the thing I love about Pace, man. Pace actually built a community with students working with within themselves. That's one, but he also does deals with his students. And he's a more down to earth guy. And I used to think that Grant Cardone had the most. He was not human, man. Like Grant Cardone can literally go on stage for 8 9 hours a day and then spend the rest of the time networking 2 3 weeks at a time. I used to think that he was the one guy in the world that like his energy was unmatched. But then Pace Morby comes along, and he's a different energy, right? He has more energy than Grant, but he's not so loud. He can do these Zoom calls. What do you do? What was his like longest one? You said it in that video the other day, like 26 hours.
Yeah, 30. Well, I don't know if it actually happened or not. 31 hours
Gotcha.
is his longest call, which is why I'm doing 32.
32 to be him.
Yeah.
But see, I mean, I used to think Grant Cardone was the man, but then I'm starting to meet with people like Pace, people like you, who have a lot more energy and passion for what you do. You're just not so loud about it. So yeah, I'm all into the whole sub two right now, and I'm gonna stick with it, man. I stuck with Grant for about 4 or 5 years, and I would have kept sticking with him if I wouldn't have gotten a bad taste. I'm a still follower of his, right? But just not the new content that he's putting out. More along the mindset of how he's like, don't be a little bitch, take advantage. You got to work hard. If it is to be, it's up to
Yeah.
me. So that kind
What
of
what is
mentality
the
I do
uh what
appreciate.
is the path that he's going down that makes you like turned off,
Uh,
like physically? Just curious.
politics, and he's no longer doing 10x GrowthCon. Last year was his last time doing it, and he's more going into the Wall Street like he said he would never do. I feel like he's going to go
Uh
down the route of just doing REITs and just like yeah, REITs. Exactly, that's exactly what he's doing. REITs. He said he would never do. So that I see him going down that path. Um, yeah, I mean, and then I know this is true now, but a couple of years ago, one of my buddies told me that what Grant does, he will buy let's say $100 million deal, right? He'll buy it cash, and then he'll turn around and sell it to his investors, his network for 130, and he just pockets that 30 million. And then when Pace said that, that solidified that he does do that. So it's shady stuff like that, man, that he does. And you know what? I mean, to each their own, right? I mean, we like I've been saying, extreme ownership. I invested with Grant. Do I regret it? No, not really. It taught me a lesson. You know, I need to verify. I need to trust but verify. So,
Mhm.
and then that's what took me so long to finally commit with Pace, because since I had invested that 30K with Grant, and I only saw maybe like a 3-4% return, I was kind of like, I need to be more careful. I learned my lesson, right? So it took me a year to finally be like, oh yeah, Pace is the real deal for sure. And the funny
Yeah.
thing is, man, whenever I went to Squat Up Summit last year, I found my first, no, I found not my first investor, but I got my investor for my 18 unit condo deal that I got. So I needed to raise 550,000, and at Squat Up Summit, I met this lady. Her name is Sue. She's like, "Yeah, I'm more than willing to invest with you," and she invested $200,000 in the deal. So I was like, oh, "Okay." So there are actually
Dang.
people at Pace's event. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. God's good. I'm not sure if you're a believer or not, man, but I believe it. I'm a huge believer in God. So if I do
Wow.
good, it's eventually at the end of the day, if I work hard and I take responsibility for my own actions, God will provide. So,
Yeah. No, it's a funny way of how it works, right?
oh yeah,
The
yeah,
more you put in, the harder you work, the luckier you get, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I tell people, man. That's exactly what I tell people. They're like, "Oh, you're lucky." I'm like, "No, the harder I work, the luckier I get."
Yep.
Yeah,
That's awesome. Well, I know we
yeah,
had talked about discussing the orbit program, right? And
yeah,
it
yeah.
sounds like this is probably your best time to hop on, obviously, because you're here. So tell
Well,
me a little bit about that.
actually, Mundo, I have to be at the real estate surge at 9.
Okay.
And I just literally got to the gym. I was just going to watch in the background and listen to you talk. But I'm very tight right now with my time. Do you mind if we do
Yeah.
it at 10 p.m. like we originally planned? I should be
Yeah.
home
I
by
don't
then.
even
And then,
let me see. Oh, I think I did put it in my calendar. Yeah, for sure. We can do that.
okay, okay, okay.
It works, man.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, I'll just listen in the background while I get my workout, and then I'll probably see you. Maybe 10 would be the latest. I'll probably be home like around 8:39. But I just wanted to make sure that I was ready for you and to be 100% focused on our conversation.
Yep. That sounds good, man. Yeah, I'll
All
pull
right,
you off the
brother.
stage. I'll just leave you in the background. But if for some reason you want to hop back on, just put a comment and then I'll pull you
Okay.
back on.
All right. Love it, man.
Cool, man. Have a good
All right.
workout.
Goodbye.
See ya. All right, let's get back to it. One thing that's going to drive me freaking nuts is if I can't figure out this screen share thing here. So let's go back to this. Pull my screen down. All right. Screen. There's got to be a ChatGPT fix for this. Let me see if I can figure this out real quick. Why does my OBS screen not refresh and becomes stale so it doesn't follow my actual screen movement? Let's see. Right click your graphic setting. It could be because I have 3 screens going right now. When your screen content is right. No, that's not the fix. Sometimes OBS is just straight buggy. So let's just check that out and see if I can get it working again. Oh, this might be the fix. Okay, let's see. Let me see if this is the fix. Nope, that's not the window. I want the entire display captured. Okay. Hopefully this is the fix. All right. So again, this is the business portion. Let me get my water bottle out of this thing. This is the business portion. So I'm going to be doing a live training on how to use our software as a driver. First, I have to get my voice clear enough. Okay. So before I do that, I need to dispatch an order to myself. 291. Okay. Perfect. All right, let's try this again. This will be the third time I've tried this. We're going to go for it. All right, let's do it.
Recording in progress.
Welcome to the Inspire TMS driver training. So we built our own proprietary software where all of our information is managed. So all of our communication between operations and you as the driver will all be handled through Inspire in terms of getting load requests, putting in your in and out times, putting in your paperwork, all that kind of good stuff. So we're going to break this up into a couple different videos. And so for this first video, I want to show you how load requests work. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pop open our software and I'm going to dispatch that over to you. So I'm going to dispatch this order. And you can see that on the screen. Actually, hold on one second. Let me change this. Okay, so we have an order here on the screen, and I've sent this over from our system. And when you get a load request, you're going to get a text message, and that text message is going to contain a link. And in that link, you are going to be taken straight to our software, which is what this is. So you'll get open the load request once you open the software, and you'll open this up, and it's going to show the contents of the order. So it's going to tell you the origin, the destination, when your appointment time is, when your drop time is, all that good stuff. It's going to give you the revenue that's paid on the order, and it's going to give you your estimated pay and your loaded rate per mile. So what you're going to do is you're going to accept that. And then once you accept that, it's going to send a notification to our software and let us know that you have accepted the load. So you don't have to pick up the phone, and you don't have to call us, or you don't have to text us and tell us you accepted the load. It's all going to be in our software, and we're going to be able to see that in real time. So now that you've accepted the load, if you look at this over here, this is going to be your menu. There's also a dark mode. So if you prefer dark mode, you can enter in dark mode, or you can leave it on light mode. Obviously, if you log out, that's going to log you out. This menu section over here is going to give you the different options. So when I go into the order, so if you can click this arrow button, this is going to open up the order for you. So this is the current load that I am on. You're going to get a couple of different options. So you're going to get truck options. So you can put in your truck here. And then you can put in your trailer here. Now, this is going to be important for the purposes of tracking. So in this test version, the tracking isn't going to work, but in your version, when you're on an actual load, it will work and you'll hit start tracking. And then that'll begin tracking where your vehicle is. So you can see we have all of the appointment information that you need. And I put in a note here for you. Please be on time, right? Please don't be late. So if there are any relevant notes that you need to know, that's where those notes will be. And this is a pretty clean load. You can see the origin, destination, and again, your estimated pay, all that information. Here, right here in this section, this is where you will submit your BOL. And if there is a Raycon, this is where the Raycon will be. So in this sample version, there's no Raycon in here, but more than likely when you click on an order, you're going to be able to see the Raycon right there and click on that button, and then you would be able to view it. So going to here, and again, for the BOL portion, this is where you would submit your BOL. We'll cover that in a separate training video. When you get to the arrived, departed, and the lumpers, you're going to put in your arrive time. If we look at this appointment was on or is today at 8:50. So let's say we arrived at 6:23. You're going to go ahead and put in your time right here. You're going to submit this. And now you can see that your arrival time is notated, and that's going to communicate into our system where your arrival time is going to be entered into our system. And then for your departed time, let's say you departed at 9:24. You're going to go ahead and enter in that departed time. This is really, really important for you to get paid. So we have to have your arrival and you have to have your departing time. Notice how we arrived at 6:23 and we left at 9:24. Our system is going to automatically calculate detention time. So if you want to get paid detention time, you need to make sure that you're entering in your detention time into the system so that way we can report that to our customer. A lot of customers have policies where if you do not report detention within 24 hours, they don't care if it's Christmas Eve or if it's Saturday or Sunday. If you don't report within 24 hours, you will not get paid detention. So it's really, really critical that we report detention. Another tip that I will give is, let's say you know that you have detention to report. Most customers are going to allow 2 hours. Get with your dispatch team to understand what the detention policy is for each customer. I personally would recommend submitting your BOLs before you enter in your departure time, because if you submit your BOL, or I guess let me back up. If you put in your departure time before you enter in your BOL, what's going to happen is we're going to send that request to our customer. And a lot of times they're going to say, we need your BOL to prove that you are actually detained for that long, right? And in our automated email that will go to the customer, we will pass along the BOL. But if you put in your departure time before you put in your BOLs, then that email is going to go out to the customer and there's not going to be a BOL attached. So make sure to put BOL before you put in your departure time if there is detention. That way we'll capture the BOL and we'll pass along that information to the customer, and that's going to increase your chances for getting that detention approved. If you have a lumper, you're going to go ahead and put whether it's lumper paid by customer, lumper paid by driver, or paid by the company. You're going to put in the dollar amount, and then you're going to upload your lumper receipt. I don't have a lumper receipt to upload right now, so I'm not going to do that. But this is where you would upload the lumper receipt and let us know whether you paid it or whether it was paid by the customer or paid by the driver. These are three very important options for us in particular, because If you actually hold on one second, this is not appropriately reflecting on your side. So let me fix that real quick. Make sure that refreshes. Okay. So when I put this lumper option, you can see lumper paid by customer, by driver, or by company. This is really important because if it was paid by you, we want to make sure that you get reimbursed. So we are going to add that to your pay to make sure you get reimbursed. If it was paid by our customer, we need to make sure that we notate that on the invoice. And if it was paid by us, the company, then we need to make sure that we bill that back to the customer. So in all three scenarios, we have to have the receipt. So this gives you a pretty good overview of the current load screen. And this is going to be your main navigation for everything you're doing here. I will tell you that this will not get removed from your current load section until you have put in all your arrived, departed information along with your BOL. So if you look at this and you see a load that is still on this screen, it is because you are missing arrived, departed times, or you're missing the submission of your BOL. So again, you want to keep that in mind. I'm going to go ahead and put in the arrived, departed information for this last stop. We're going to say that I'm actually going to intentionally show that we arrived late so you can see. It's going to ask you a late reason. So why were you late? Was this related to equipment failure, driver failure, weather, previous load, all that information? So we're going to submit that reasoning as to why we were late. Stuff happens, we can't always be on time. It's our goal to always be on time, but if we are late, we want to track why it is that you are late. It may have nothing to do with you, right? It could very well be weather, or it could be, prior load. You got held up at a prior facility. That is okay. That happens. That's what the business is about. We just want to be able to notate that and communicate that to our customer as far as the reason. So again, you'll put in your departed time at whatever time you left and submit that. And then you're going to want to put in your BOL. So if we go back to our current load, again, it's still here in our current load section because we're missing the BOL. So whenever you're ready to submit that BOL, you'll go ahead and here. I'm not going to put that in. Actually, I will put that in. We're going to pretend this is the BOL. So the BOL is uploading. And we have our BOL here. So now if we go in and click this, you can see we have a view BOL button, and then we can check out the BOL. It looks like this PDF didn't load for the document that I uploaded, but this would be the PDF that you would be able to look at, and it should work perfectly fine when you upload a real BOL on this section. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense. And then again, we will cover different things in different videos. So if we look at this missing in and out times, this is where all of your loads that are going to be missing in and out times, that's where all that's going to be. Then if we look at these different options, we will cover that in different videos. So hopefully all of that makes sense. Again, feel free to reach out to our dispatch team if you have any questions with any of this training as we go through all these videos. But I would first watch all of the training videos first before you reach out and ask any questions, and then we can help you walk you through everything. Okay, so that was one video, and that's being transcribed right now. So I was planning on doing a full training today on the entire software. The problem I'm having is that my display capture here is not working. Like every 30 seconds or so, something is going wrong. And I'm trying to figure out why that's happening. I almost feel like I need to completely remove my stream and like start all over. But before I do that, I got another OC member here. So let's check to see what my man Curtis has going on.
Good morning. You crushing it? I just got back from the
What's
gym.
going on, man? How are you?
I'm doing well. Doing well. Just got back from the gym and just showing you some love here. Proud of what you're doing.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. So just checking in on you and know you're doing big things. A lot of OC members are doing a lot of big things. And so just wanted to come in here and show you some support. And today I've got some errands to run and some people to meet. And this is part of my learning time. So you're part of my learning time this morning.
Love it. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, we're going. So Pace's longest call he's ever done is 31 hours to my knowledge. So we're doing 32 hours today.
Let's
We're gonna
go.
be breaking his record. I asked him if he wanted to do. So the idea I pitched to him was that we do like a simultaneous live. Like he'll do a marathon live, I'll do a marathon live, and we'll just see like who can go the longest. Because I wanted to think, how can I push a guy like Pace, right? You know, obviously can't compete with his portfolio or a lot of his business activity that he's doing. But what I can do is compete with his level of crazy. That is something I know I can do. And he kind of laughed and dismissed it. So I was like, okay, how can I get his attention? So I'm taking his longest call and I'm breaking that record today. So that will hopefully get his attention.
Yeah, no doubt. What all are you covering?
So I'm covering the first 10 to 15 hours. I'm going to be doing business stuff. So all the businesses that I work in and own, I'm going to be doing various business stuff for that. I'm going to be filming training. So I just finished a training video for our software, but I'm having some streaming issues already. I may skip some of that training, and I'm going to be floating around with different stuff in our business. So I just have a lot of stuff that I have not been doing, a lot of stuff that I've talked about, like, oh, that would be really cool for us to do that. And it's just been like, you know, priorities, right? You keep kicking the can down the road. And I have so much stuff. So that's like the first 15 hours. Then I'm going to be doing our Indianapolis live meetup. So I'm going to be streaming that later this evening. That'll be a couple hours. And then the last 15 hours, I'm going to be doing all the real estate stuff that I've been behind on that I need to catch up on. So bookkeeping, I got some K1 tax reporting I got to do, you know, super fun stuff, right? Responding to all the inbound leads that I'm getting from different agents on the LOIs I've sent. I haven't responded in like a week, so I need to be catching up on all that stuff. So I'm going to be diving into all of that throughout this live call, and hopefully by the end of tomorrow, I'm going to have an extreme amount of work done, and I can finally feel good about where I'm at workload wise and feel like I'm caught up. So that's part of the goal, is to, one, beat Pace's record, two, create time in my schedule to take just massive action and knock out a ton of stuff today.
Nice. That's great. I mean, I understand that perspective because, you know, time blocking is important to me. But a lot of times I overestimate my abilities to get things done, right? I'm thinking, oh yeah, I can knock that out in an hour or two. And 3 hours later, I'm already moved on to the next thing because that's what we do. But yet, you know, things begin to, it's almost like a snowball effect, right? And so, yeah, it's incredible. So, well, that's a long day to put in.
It is a long day. I'm rationing my caffeine so I can appropriately scale my energy. So we'll see.
Right.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, the first 16, 17 hours, I mean, it's just going to be my normal day. You know, there's not really much I'm going to have to stretch. I think after I get to probably hour 26, that's going to be pretty rough. Is going to be my estimate.
Nice. So I'll tune in again throughout the day, checking in on you. And I can just be a silent observer as well in the background, just to come in and show you some love. I'll be on the road early tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, I have to wake up around 2 o'clock so I'm training for a 5K.
Wow.
And so tomorrow is my long run. It's 5 miles, but I have to do that before I pop in my truck and drive. I live about an hour north of Charlotte. I'm driving to almost to Knoxville,
Okay.
Tennessee. Be there by 8 a.m. for a round of golf. So, yeah. So,
Sounds like
yeah.
a tough life you live.
no, it's just, but I'll be up early so that you'll be in those that tired zone potentially. Hopefully not.
No, I'm not. I think not quite that. So I think I did like 25, 26 hours in Monterey because I woke up at 3 a.m. and then I didn't go to bed till 5 a.m. the following day because I was doing podcast all day and all night, which, you were a part of, one of them.
Mhm.
And that was pretty tiring. So I've never gone. I think that was probably the longest I've gone is like 26. I don't know, maybe 20. I feel like I've done that before, maybe 27 hours, somewhere around there. So I've never done 32. So we'll see how that works.
Hopefully you have a good supporting cast around you.
Yep. We'll see. My wife is she's definitely supportive, but I can't say she's 100% thrilled about it.
Yeah. I could imagine that. So no, again, I would just pop it in just I saw your post yesterday, and so this is us supporting each other the best way that we know how. Is there anything that you'll need throughout the day as well? Are you looking for anything that we could provide value?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. I'd say any OC members you talk to, I would love to just have people pop in all day, share what you're working on. If there's any value that, if there's something specific that you want to educate someone on, I mean, I would love for this whole stream to be full of value. So far up to this point, this stream has been full of me cursing at my computer with technical issues. So I'm hoping the back half of 30 hours is a lot more value add. So if there's any stuff that you or anyone else wants to cover and just like help educate people, I mean, I would love for that to be something that people actually would want to flip through and watch at some point.
Sure. Yeah, no, that's good. I mean, literally, I'm still cooling down. I'm hot and sweaty. But I said, I wanted to come as quick as I could to show you support as well. And that's what we do, right? We just want to support each other and show care that way. So, but yeah, I'll definitely put the word out as well in my pod. And is it going to be this link all day?
Yeah, it'll be this link the whole time. I think it'd be good to hear, like, especially with Owners Club members, because I mean, we can just make a deduction that everyone in Owners Club has some level of success because the entry fee to get into Owners Club is so high. So you have to produce some level of income. I think it'd be cool, because I didn't even ask this on my podcast. It'd be cool to like understand, how does everyone in Owners Club make money? We have the active income series, which talks about it a little bit, but there's only like 3 or 4 people that are in that active income, series that Pace did. So I'd be curious to see how other people are making money in what they're doing in the various segments. Is it all from real estate? Is it from W2? Is it a mix of both? Or, that'd be cool for other people to watch too.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'll definitely, like I said, I'll put the word out for you and try to get people engaged as well, because a lot of us get windshield time. I have a meeting I have to run to, and I try to double dip, if you will, in my calendar. I'll be making a few phone calls, but I mean, really, it's connecting with others, and that's where the magic happens, right? Because we never know who does what. Found out, one of my pod members yesterday has been a part of, or at least written, like, I think around 16 books. So wow. a resource there if anybody needs a connection for writing top sellers, done ghostwriting, Anyway, so just things like that you just wouldn't know if you didn't have conversations with folks. And so,
Yeah, that's crazy.
yeah. So definitely a lot of talent in the room, and talents that sometimes the ones that are silent have a lot to offer.
There's a lot of people doing a lot of cool things that don't get out there and talk about it on social media, and I'm hoping to kind of push some people to do that as well.
For sure.
Well, cool, man. I appreciate you stopping by. I mean, feel free to come back anytime you want. I'll be here obviously for 32 hours straight. So
yeah, that's incredible. But if you think of things throughout the day as well, as you're talking with others, I'll pop in. That'll be my main goal, is just to try to bring you value and things that might excite you to talk about, to keep you energized. And I know you've got a lot of energy there, but just to try to let some good energies flow your way.
Love it. Appreciate it, man. Yeah. Think on anything. If you've got ideas, shoot them my way. And I would love, if there's, anyone you talk to, they're like, man, it'd be cool if I saw someone do this. I'm happy to hear some of that stuff. I'm gonna be diving into everything I do today. So
yeah. And maybe what I can do is when I come back as well, when I have some more time, I can talk about what I do, dive in a little bit deeper. I think there's, especially with my insurance-based business, to be able to provide some insight for investors, whether they're new investors or whether they have multiple properties in different states, some of those nuanced things that we just don't really think about. And, the best ways to connect with others as well, just to let them know, God forbid a tree hits their house, but what to do after that happens. So I'll be happy to come in and sort of explain what I do, and as well as, some of my real estate and other things that we do as well. So yeah, man, it's good. I'm proud of you.
Appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm dealing with an insurance claim myself right now on a new roof from a tornado. So I know a thing or two about that process, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, again, if you need anything in that, we can talk through it.
Appreciate it, man. I'll just come on board whenever, and I'll just bring you up on stage.
Okay. Sounds good. I appreciate it.
All right. See you, man. Have a good day.
Yeah. You're crushing it.
See ya.
See ya.
All right. Awesome. I love it. I love hearing from OC members. So any OC members out there, please come hit me up. I'll bring you up on stage and we'll just chat and have a good time. So let's see what I should work on next. So I'm having trouble with this OBS. I would really love to get this figured out. Let's see what time it is. It is 6:45. So I definitely still have some time. Okay. Let's see what I want to cover. Actually, so I'm not going to share my screen while I do this because YouTube has been removing my streams, I think because I'm sharing too much personal information. So I'm just going to be looking at my mailbox and giving some feedback on some of the offers that I'm receiving. So I'm going to pull my secondary monitor here, and I'm going to start going through, and I'll kind of read some of these emails out loud as I kind of get them. But unfortunately, I'm not going to be sharing my screen for a lot of that. But hopefully you'll still get value from that. And so it's completed a refi, the numbers have changed, or assumption option. Okay, so it looks like someone completed a refinance and they're considering the assumption option. It says, hey, thanks for speaking with me over the phone a few weeks ago. Sellers completed the refinance and the numbers changed. They are now considering the assumption option. So if you listen to those words, like very specifically, they are now considering the assumption option. That is a response of someone that doesn't understand the subject to and how that structure works, right? Because we are not going to be assuming anything formally in that type of arrangement. But so I'm going to go ahead and reply. Let's see. I'm not even pulling up the underwriting. I don't even know if this deal cash flows. It probably does since I had a conversation with this guy, but we're going to respond in, let's see. Appreciate the update. Would you mind sharing what the number changes look like now in terms of PITI? Additionally, as far as what you mentioned on the assumption, ... in a subject to transaction, we would be taking over mortgage payments, but wanted to point out that it is not a formal assumption with the bank. Happy to chat more on a call if it makes more sense. I honestly, this probably should be a phone call, honestly, but I'm just going to send that anyways and just see what he says. That would probably be better delivered over a phone call, but we have so much volume that, I mean, it's perfectly fine. So I'm going to change that in my CRM to waiting. We're going to move on to the next one. Okay. Pop that open. Next, what are we doing? Hello, Pedro and Mondo. I don't know who Pedro is. Is Pedro the seller? I'm confused. And then Mondo. I love people always spell my name wrong. It's awesome. I am reaching out to all of the siblings. I don't know, have any idea what they're talking about. Okay, hold on. Let's go read this thread. Okay, I sent the LOI. Then Pedro forwarded it to someone else. Okay, so it sounds like maybe 4 people own it. This is messy. As per 2 siblings, they do not agree with the 45-day closing with only $500. Okay, well, we can change that. Removing the listing from the market with the possibility of buyers not closing is not worth the $500. Okay, that's fair. They prefer a 15-year amortization with a 5-year balloon. That's definitely not happening. They do not want to wait 10 years. Another option is a 20-year amortization with a 5-year balloon and earnest money of $1940. Okay, so let's go ahead and underwrite this. I am going to actually, before I start sharing my screen, so I use OBS to broadcast. Like, I'll put a green screen down behind me and then I'll layer my video on top of that. It is driving me freaking nuts because it is not working. So let's go ahead and let me see. Let's try to get this working because I'm actually showing a different screen right now and you can't see it. And that's what's driving me crazy. So bear with me 1 second. Let me change my camera. I'm going to show, let's see, change my camera. I'm going to do, yep. Okay, cool. You're watching just me now. So I'm taking down the OBS. I'm going to completely exit this and restart it. Maybe it's just like some really buggy software or something. I don't know. But we're going to see if we can get this working again. While I jack around with this, you could at least see that. Okay, so let me see if I can figure this out. Well, this is my green screen behind me. And I use this to layer myself. I use Rodecaster Video. So in my desk here, you can't see it, but I have my Rodecaster Video, and it connects my audio and it connects my camera. So here's obviously my audio, my mic right here. And then my camera is facing right in front of me. I have a TV actually from the ceiling, and I can look straight at my live stream, which is pretty cool. And to make the green screen work, because right now you physically see a green screen behind me, right? But when I use OBS in the settings, using this chroma mode, that essentially removes me from the green screen and can layer me on top of like a screen share. So that is the part that is not working today for some reason. So I want to see if I can actually get this working. And then what we're going to do is we're going to underwrite some properties and go through that today. So I'm going to start my virtual camera. And then let's see if we can get this working. Okay, so for the time being, for some reason, it'll work for like 2 or 3 minutes and then just like shut off. Not sure why, but we're going to start underwriting some properties for the next, I don't know, maybe the next hour. And then we're going to flip back to some business stuff because I have a lot of business stuff I need to get done. We're going to be doing some newsletters, some funnels. We'll be calling some customers later today, cold calling, prospecting, doing all sorts of fun stuff. So we're going to underwrite this property. Okay, so we're going to save this and we're going to pull this up. Actually, all right, so let me pull up my CRM here. First of all, do we even want this property? Eesh. It's looking a little rough. Honestly, I don't even want to waste my time with this, to be honest. They're asking for some unreasonable terms. So let's just say no cash flow. Okay, I'm moving on. I don't have time to wait. I have a lot of leads. Whenever I get to the point where I've kind of worked my way through all of these leads, what I'll then do is circle back to some of these opportunities that might be potentially missed opportunities and see if we can make anything happen. But for the time being, I'm going to prioritize ones that look more attractive. So I'm going to pull up this next property, and we got a purchase price of $190,000, not 1.9 million. We definitely don't want that. So what we're looking at, let's see, this is a duplex. So I'm going to run this through. Rent a meter. This is a 2-bed, 1-bath, and we're going to get some comps here. So 1052. Because this is in an area that I know, I feel, well, let me look at the pictures first. Look at that on my other screen. Holy cow, that restroom looks pretty rough. This looks a little beat up. So I think a conservative number would be the 1050 times 2 because it's a duplex. So we got 2100 in rent potentially. And so wow, that might actually be pretty decent cash flow. Okay. So that was a 2-bed, 1-bath. Yeah. And then let's look at property taxes. 1867. Oh, I know what I need to do. There's something I need to fix. If I could spend some time fixing that today, that would be awesome. Okay, so yeah, that's what I'm going to do on this one. We're going to take our sweet time fixing this. Okay. So I'm going to pull up my AI. Give me a second. All right, pulling up my AI. We're going to be underwriting. Give that second a little bit of time to load here. I'm literally looking at the same browser on my other screen, so I'm not sure why this is not loading. Okay, that did load. Okay, that was weird. All right, so let's underwrite this property with my AI, and there's definitely some errors occurring, and I want to figure out where. Underwrite. LTR. Purchase price is 190,000. Rent is 2,100. Property taxes are. I have a hard time believing it's that cheap. 1867, but we'll put that in there for now. 1867. Okay. So we're going to see how this underwriting comes back compared to my actual underwriting. And we're going to break this down step by step so that way I can fix it because it's currently not producing the desired result. So I want to be able to fix this. So we got a purchase price of 190,000, rent of 2,100. Yep. All that looks good. Annual taxes, insurance makes sense. So we're doing a 75% in this scenario. So let me just adjust that to 75%. 8% interest rate. Okay, so let's take some notes here. Let me find calculator. I'm looking for V3. Yeah. Let's make this V4. Okay, I'm going to save this V4. I'm going to change my default assumptions to 7. I think that's right? Hold on one second. Let's get out the calculator here. Dang it. You know what I should have been doing? I should have been doing, oh, that's a countdown timer. Is there like a stopwatch feature? Timer? No? Okay, whatever. I should have been doing a timer this whole time on my. I knew I should have done that. Let me go start. Okay, we're 2 hours and 35 minutes in, so I'm going to start that on my clock. I was hoping to show 32 hours on here, but I'm going to be a couple hours short, so that's a missed opportunity. I can't go back in time and fix that, but okay, so let's go back and fix this. 7 divided by, what was the number it was dividing it by? Divided by 12. Six, 4. Okay, let's update this assumption. 6, 4. I wonder if this is, let me actually get rid of this. I'm going to get rid of that. 30-year P&I 0.077 loan amount. 75% of the purchase price. Okay, that makes sense. Taxes and insurance. Okay. So we're going to make that adjustment to our underwriting model and we're going to upload that into our AI. But let's continue working through this. Excuse me. Okay, so the payment is $14.45. It's off by a couple, 20 cents or so. So that's not a big deal. So that's fine. Property management, 8%. Yep, that's what I have. Taxes, insurance. Okay, so overall PITI is 1336.56. Again, that's within a couple pennies, right? I mean, 30 cents off or so. So that's fine. So we have gross rent, 2,100 minus operating expenses, which is the 336 minus 1764. Where is that number coming from? Oh, equals. Okay, so we're taking basically this number minus this number minus this number. 427.44. So the NO. I really don't like the way that that's being presented. Let me see if I can fix that. Okay, so it looks like my screen froze again. So whatever I did with my OBS clearly did not work. So let me fix that real quick. Okay, because I'm definitely on my different screen now. Okay. So nowhere in here do I have NOI. Let me search. Yeah, nowhere on here is NOI. I'm not sure why it's giving me that. Revise. I don't want that anywhere in that calculation. Okay, so let's go into our AI here and see if we can get this to actually take in what we want. I'm going to delete this document. We're going to re-upload this. We're going to make this super important. Okay, so that looks like it's updated. Underwrite this property. Oh, that wasn't helpful. Purchase price 190. Taxes. Property taxes. 1867. What else do we need to know? Rent 2100. Okay, cool. So, man, it did the NOI thing again. Why is it doing that? Okay, let's just work through the math and see if it's right. So we have the 1336 gross rent minus so we have the gross rent minus total debt service. Oh, actually, minus the operating expenses. Which is this. $1,764, and that's the number it's coming up with. And then it's backing out the 1764 from this number to get the net cash flow of 4. Okay, so we're getting to the same number. Generate a positive cash flow of 427.44. Solid deal with no immediate adjustments. Okay, how do I want to tweak this? What is the surplus funds? Just give me the answer. Okay, so we have some work to do here on the way this transaction is structured. So we're going to have to break this down step by step. Okay, so we have 190K purchase price. If we're doing the financing on 40%, I have this at 50. Okay, so we'll change that. The seller finance portion would be 40%. That's probably not what I would offer. Okay, so let's look back at this logic. This is where we need to fix this. Buyer's cash at closing. After closing, refinance. Okay, so we got it's using loan plus cash, 100% of the purchase price. Where did we get this mixed up? 60%. For a property, the seller finance portion, cash to seller, is typically 40%, which makes sense. This means, okay, I think I understand where it's getting confused. I don't know how I tell the AI to fix this, though. Okay, so this is going to take me a few minutes to figure out. So actually, let's use code here. Let's go to ChatGPT and see if they can help me work through that response to get it to be correct. The AI I am using is giving me this for a response. It is not understanding the right financing amount since the cash to close is 40%. Should be 60%. Help me rewrite my logic to help the AI understand how to calculate this. Okay. The refinance loan amount is the remainder after subtracting the cash to seller. 100% minus. Okay, let's try this. Let's get rid of the emojis. We don't need that. We're going to call that version 5. And the reason why I'm renaming versions is because if this logic just blows up in my face, I can revert back to that. So I'm going to delete this, trash it, re-upload my new logic. It's version 5. Finish uploading. And so I want to get this to the point where I can just underwrite properties by copying and pasting stuff and have like a very high degree confidence in what the numbers are telling me. So I can underwrite properties faster. And I'm also feeding in all the stuff that we're going to be working on today on the business side. I'm going to be feeding that into my AI one at a time and helping this like become more powerful. So I'm going to wait for this to upload and then we're going to re-underwrite that property to make sure that we're getting the right outputs. I've been wanting to do this for a while. I just haven't had the time to get to it, but we got plenty of time today. So that's still being queued here. And you're not seeing what I'm seeing, so give me a second. Show full screen. Nope, that's not the right setting. Hold on. Okay, cool. At least that works for the time being till it freezes again. So this is queued. Not sure why it's taking so long. We're going to give that some time to update. So while that's updating, I'm going to go back to my CRM and I'm going to look at, okay, so let's underwrite. Well, I don't want to jump too far ahead. I want to make sure that this property I'm underwriting here, we can get the right deal structure set up. So that's the 194 Olga Street. I already have that saved. This is still queued. Come on, bro. What's taking so long? Let's get on with it. What's this document? Let's get rid of that. Maybe that's queuing taking up the queue. I don't know. All right, so we're gonna wait on that. Let's go underwrite another one while we're waiting. It is still queued. Okay. All right. Let's go underwrite this one. 2249 Brookside Avenue. Ironically enough, this is 190. I was going to swear I looked at this already. Okay. Is this the same exact one? No way, it's not. I think it is. I was underwriting the wrong property address. Okay. That's funny. And the version 5 calculations still have not uploaded yet. So our recent updates are not going to pull through. Because I'm really impatient, I'm going to delete this and try again. Let's upload that file. See if we can get this to update quicker. It's still queued. Okay, we'll just let it do its thing there. And then my OBS is still not working. Okay. All right, let's go back to the CRM again. We need to underwrite this property, so we're moving on that. They owe about $20,000 in taxes. They need 120 down to help cover the taxes and have some cash. If this is agreeable, please send the written offer so we can go over it. The 10-day option will be $200. Okay, what did I even offer? Offer. Okay, I don't know what property he's talking about. He just sent me an email that says offer with no property address. So let's see if we can figure out based on prior LOIs that I sent out, if I can find out what property this guy's talking about, because he didn't give me any information. Let's see, Jerry. Okay, now I know which one he's talking about. So what did I offer? I offered 215. Okay. $90,000 cash to seller. Let's see if we can make this work. Okay, that's what I offered. Let's go see if this property is even worth pursuing. Yeah, this property looks pretty beat up. Yeesh. This is pretty beat up. I'm gonna respond back and let's see. Do you have any pictures of the interior of the property before considering going up in cash to close? I really would like to see the condition of the property on the inside. The only photos I could see from the listing were exterior pictures. So I'm putting it back on him to respond. Okay, so we're moving on. Delete, delete, delete. Delete, delete, delete. I'm going to get rid of all the junk emails. Anything that's not a lead for the purpose of what we're doing, clear it out. Delete, delete, delete. Okay, thanks for your patience. After discussing with the seller, this is something that they're open to. Obviously, there's several terms not included here. Also, I know the timeline for the balloon payment is very important. He would be looking for a 3-year balloon. No, definitely not doing a 3-year balloon. But we can take a look and see. Oh, this is a nice looking property. Yeah, this looks pretty nice. However, anytime I've seen a property on Martin Luther King Street, I mean, if I'm just being honest, it usually hasn't been in the greatest area of town. Exterior looks nice. I mean, they did a good job flipping that. Bro, this is driving me insane with this OBS today. It's going to make it really difficult to share my screen all day long. Surely there's got to be a way to fix this. Properties. Show cursor. Hide OBS from capture. Nope. That was not what I wanted to do. Nope. Didn't want to do that. Nope. Okay. We'll keep playing around with that. We got 32 hours to figure out my tech issues, so eventually we'll get it figured out. So this looks like it's still queued. What is processing? What is still being deleted? I don't see anything. Oh, it looks like this is processing now. That's a good sign. Okay, cool. And it looks like my screen is frozen. All right, I'm about to trash this OBS thing. It is driving me nuts. Give me 1 second. Browser, no. Video capture device, media source, screen capture, Mac. Last try. And we're going to do some. Let's see. Scale filtering. No. Transform. Fit to screen. There we go. And then my video capture. There we go. Okay. I'm sure that'll work for a few seconds. Okay, so this is processing. We'll let that do its thing. Okay, so that now is uploaded. So let's go back and finish this conversation with the underwriting and see if we can get it to do what we want it to do. Underwrite, Morby method. 215 purchase price. Actually, let's go back to the 190. I'm going to go back and pull up that original property that we were looking at. Wanted 50% down. Okay, 4-bed, 2-bath. 50% down. Let's go look at comps. 2 bed, 1 bath. 1052. Okay, 1050, 2100. Pretty strong. I mean, honestly. Condition looks a little rough on the outside. I mean, there's definitely looks like it needs some work, I would say. Okay, so let's underwrite it based on this. And we got the taxes at 1867, 10.7%. All right, let's see if we can get our underwriting in here to, let me close out these sessions. Purchase price. Taxes are 1867. Monthly rent is 2100. Okay, let's see what it comes up with. It still has the 8% interest rate. So I don't think that it's really deleted that out of the memory because I don't have 8% in there to my knowledge. I do. Let's see. Wait. Dang it. I do have that in there, so I need to delete that. I didn't catch that. So I'm going to save that. Okay. So the OBS is not working again, but let me go ahead and flip that and refresh it so you can see what I'm about to do. Okay. All right, we're going to delete this out of memory here, and then we're going to re-upload and see if we can get that to replace my underwriting logic. Hey, good morning, Rod. How you doing? We are 3 hours in to the 32-hour live. I probably have 7 hours left on this part 1 because I think after 10 hours the stream will end, and then I'll have to just restart a new stream. But that'll be just some of the stuff working through. My first 3 hours have basically been me struggling with technology, so I can't say it's been super productive so far. But that's what happens sometimes. Okay, waiting for this to delete so then I can upload a new file. Actually, I'm just going to go ahead. Actually, no. See, I don't have that open. Okay. And so my screen, as I'm like going through and doing stuff on my screen, it's actually not showing whatsoever. So I'm thinking about completely abandoning this OBS since this clearly is not working. And let me switch back to my normal video. Cool. Awesome. Get rid of my green screen. And I'm just going to do old school and share my screen because that's probably going to end up being better that way. Entire screen, screen 2. Okay, cool. Well, you can still see my face. So that works. I wish I would have known that 3 hours ago because we would have been so much further ahead. So I think that works perfectly fine. All right. So this is being deleted. Now I'm ready to rock and roll. Forget this OBS crap. Okay, cool. So I think that deleted. Cool. Love it. All right, let's go ahead and add our updated underwriting logic and see if we can get this to produce the right result. No way StreamYard just did that to me. Share my screen. Entire screen, window 2. Okay. Maybe I accidentally messed it up. I don't know. Putting this into the AI. So we're going to update our underwriting logic. And the intent is to get this AI to the point where I can just copy and paste some basic information and have it like actually work. So I want to start a new conversation, but I want to do that after this has been uploaded appropriately. So it looks like that uploaded. So I want to start a new conversation. Underwrite, Orby method, purchase price, 18, taxes, 2,100 rent. I think that's all I need. Oh, I should have said LTR. Okay, so it's got the right rate now. Cool, perfect. Okay, so let's break this down and compare that. So we got 1306.55, which should be, so we're doing 75% on 190. This is 1015, which is close enough. $459.17. That's within a couple dollars, so I mean the calculation is close enough for me. What are surplus funds at? This is where it needs some tweaking. So this is assuming I'm doing 60%. So let's move that there. So we're like $9,000 off. So that's not good. We're pretty far off. Let me get rid of this because I'm tired of flipping back and forth. Okay. So we need to figure that out. What are the pieces that are causing this to be calculated incorrectly? So we have the refinance loan amount at 60%. So that's 114. And if I'm talking very slowly, it's because I'm thinking out loud and I'm trying to work through this in my head on the math. Flat closing cost of 2,500. So we're going to go to, I have it as 3,500. Why do I have it as 3,500? Maybe there's a TC fee in there that I'm not considering. Okay, let's update our assumption. Let's see if we can get it to match first. And then let me take note of that in my version 5. Closing cost. Total flat plus return of capital flat. Let's make that 3,500 plus return of capital. Okay. Let's see if we can work through this. 2,500. So that's what we have here. Return of capital. So we did the down payment, which is right here. Let me kind of tick this off here as a check. Okay, we're good there. We got the EMD. We're good there. Prepaid insurance. Good there. Loan origination fee. Good there. Wait, nope, not the right one. Okay, we have that number a lot higher. 1 to 14. Okay, that's where our flaw in logic is, I think. So we have model B10. Because this was the original loan. Okay, there's some error in logic there. Okay, loan origination fee. Two 2.5%. That's old. I changed it to 5%. It sounds high, but a lot of times they're charging points to get down to the interest rate that they're actually giving you. So that's why I bump up my assumption on the loan origination. 5% of the loan amount. Okay. Let me look down here when underwriting. Okay, total cash, the loan origination fee, 5% of the original loan amount from the initial purchase price. This would be the DSCR loan amount and not the refinance loan amount. Let me see if that helps make it any more clear. Origination. 5% of the DSCR loan amount. DSCR, original loan amount. Do I have anything mentioning the DSCR loan amount? Or the DSCR loan amount. Okay. Let's keep walking through this to see if we spot any other errors. Closing cost. That makes sense. Okay. I feel like I need to update this version 6 so that way I can get to see where else we're off. So I'm going to update that version 6. I'm going to delete version 5. Wait for that to delete. Upload version 6. Make that really important. Okay. I've been noticing this take some time to actually, excuse me, upload. So we'll see. Oh, that actually worked pretty quick. Awesome. Okay. Let's go back to our initial input so that way I don't have to like do this all over again. Okay. All right, let's go for it again. Let's just make sure that our overall, it seems like the first part of the purchase on the cash flow is pretty good. 450. Yeah. So it's within a couple dollars. What are the surplus funds at? This is where the confusion starts to. So now we're $7,000 off. We're making progress. We're making progress. Okay. Okay. So for the refinance, we have $190,000 cash to seller. The refinance, again, we're just playing around with numbers right now at the moment. I'm just trying to get this to work. So I'm not worried about the percentages and how all that breaks down. So we got 60,000, 60%. So 3,500 flat. We're going to change that to 3,500 flat. Then we have EMD, prepaid taxes. Got that. 1620. Okay, so we have, let's start over with this. So we have the EMD, prepaid insurance, prepaid taxes. Whoops. My cat is in the way. Loan origination, closing cost, so what else are we missing? So the return of the down payment. So we got that. Oh, wait. What was this 5,700 loan origination fee? So it did not calculate that correctly. So it's clearly not understanding what I'm trying to do. Okay. We're going to need to break this down even more clear. I feel like we're close. We are close. Okay, so one that was 142, 500. Okay. Seven, 125. So closing cost was on the 190, 3,800. So this would be, okay, let's walk through this all again on this example from a purchase price of $190,000. Let's just keep working off that example. So we have the down payment. Yep. The EMD. Yep. Prepaid insurance. Yep. Prepaid property taxes. Yep. The closing cost. Estimate. 3,800. Loan origination fee. And the agent commission. Let's take the agent commission to 0 in this. Okay, so we have that total should be, actually, let's see. Yeah, that total should be 61 01175. Okay. That makes sense now. Now let's see where the exit fee, the flat closing cost of 3,500, this, the exit fee. So if you had a partner that they were staying in the deal, this wouldn't exist. But we're just putting it in here as if you had an agreement that you were going to pay them for their participation in closing or providing funds if you were going to do that. If not, just leave them in the deal or however you want to structure it, right? So that would be 2% of capital contributed. Okay, so the 3,500 plus that. $61,011.75, and that equals 64,512. Ooh, actually, so this underwriting, hold on, my cat's getting in my way. This underwriting model is actually wrong. So let me adjust that. Plus that times that. So that number is going to be higher. So it's really this. Oh my gosh, my cat is causing all sorts of mayhem. What are you doing, buddy? Okay, so it really needs to be this. Which is, that's right. 6451 75. Hey, good morning. I see you guys separated your accounts. You previously were one. All right. So we got that separated now. 64511. 35. Hold on one second. Total cost of the total cost 64,511, 75. I have a feeling this is AI is not going to get it. Exit fee equals total overall cost for second transaction. Okay, so that's confusing. Refinance loan amount minus total overall cost for second transaction equals I have a feeling I just made this so confusing for this to figure out. Well, we're going to see what happens. All right, so let's go back. Delete this. We're on version 7. We're probably going to be at version 200 before the end of the day. Well, thank you. I appreciate you joining me. 30 years in October. That is amazing. Congratulations. That's awesome. All right, so we're going to delete that. Now we're going to add version 7 to the AI. Upload that. And again, the reason why I'm doing that is because if I really mess up this version, what I can do is I can just revert back to like version 6, and at least I have like all these different iterations saved and go fix what I'm doing. So that's why I am doing the multiple versions. So it's going to take some time for that to get fixed here. Looks like that's deleted now. Okay, now that's processing, so it probably won't be much longer. Close out of this. And again, I want to just save my original text so that way when this is ready, I can just go ahead and just paste that in there and see if we get any better results. Sorry, bud. Give that a second. It's taking a while. Okay, so that looks like that's done. So now let's go open up a conversation, paste that in, and let's see if we're getting better results. Yada, yada, yada. Cool, cool, cool. We're off by a couple grand. Why can't you just like work? Like, why? Okay. Let's try to figure out. It's not good that I'm yawning. It's only 3 hours in. Got a long way to go. Okay, let's break this down. The return of capital. Give me a breakdown of the return of capital. Okay, let's go through this one at a time. EMD, down payment, insurance, property taxes, origination, closing cost, okay, that number's right. This looks correct. Why did you show this? Add all that together and that's 59. I feel like that's not correct. Oh, this loan origination fee. That's not the right amount. That should be off of, I thought I've already corrected that, honestly. The 142,500. Which should then put that at 7125. Show me the return of capital breakdown. All right. I don't trust that that actually got saved into memory, so let's try this again. Okay, I feel pretty good about that. Oh, thank you, Kelly. That's funny. Okay, so 60%, 65. Holy cow, I think it got it right. Gangster. Okay. My level of confidence in this is not very high. So let's save this as default Delphi logic. I'm going to underwrite a new property based on some new parameters, and let's see if we can get that to produce the same result. And I want to do that. Like if I can get that to repeat 4 or 5 times, then my level of confidence will be much higher. Okay. So let's go underwrite another property that I put an LOI in for. See, I put an LOI in for 219. I think this was 42%. Okay, cool. Monthly rent on this is going to be two bed, one bath. $1,205. Property taxes. I have a hard time believing that one. Interesting. Went down. I'm just going to say 2043 as a placeholder. Okay. So let's see what we can calculate with AI. Underwrite, Morby method, 215, purchase price. Wait, 219. Oh, 2043 taxes. 1205 rent. And this is LTR. Let's see what happens. Net cash flow negative 464. Oh yeah, that actually is right. This would be a pretty shitty deal, honestly. Okay, but that's not what we're focused on. Let's look at the underwriting of this. No, I don't. Sorry, that was not. What are the surplus funds? Why did it just become stupid all of a sudden? We're off by $5,000. Okay. Let's break this down. 27. Okay, that's right. 3,500. What time is it? It's 8 o'clock. I got to get going here in a little bit. I would love to get this working So before I head to the office, I got to drop off a key, unfortunately, at a property. So you're going to watch me do that. When I'm in the car, obviously I'm not going to be doing any training or screen sharing. So I'm going to talk about, I guess I'm going to do some storytelling. I'll share some stories about my background, a little bit of how I grew up, how I'm wired, that kind of stuff. So since I got time to kill in the car, it's going to be pretty interesting because I can't use my Google Maps while I'm driving. So we should probably figure that out actually right now. Actually, no, I don't want to share my home address right now. Let me pull that up on another screen. How do I get there? We're going to be going on an adventure, I would say. We'll figure that out. Oh, thank you. We'll figure that out in a little bit, but let's see. We'll do about another 20 minutes or so. And then what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to join on my phone. And I don't know if this stream is going to shut off or not, to be honest. We're going to be experimenting. Let me just try to join on my phone real quick and see if that's not good. Okay, so I see myself backstage. All right. We'll have to experiment with that when I'm ready to leave. I'm going to have to join on my computer and hope that the stream, or join on my phone and hope that the stream does not end. But in the meantime, let's see if we can work through this issue before we take off. So we got the purchase of 219. So if we did the 127, okay. The down payment. Got it. Where's the EMD? The EMD's missing. Not sure why the EMD's missing. Let's just work through it all. Prepaid taxes. Loan origination fee. They actually got that one right, so that's good. I lost my screen share here. Hold on one second. I must have accidentally hit the button or something. I'm going to blame it on my cat. My TV's about to turn off. There we go. Okay, I'm blaming this on my cat. Let's see. Share screen. Entire screen. Screen 2. Okay, cool. All right. Okay, so we have the return of capital. It's missing closing cost. Total cost. The flat closing cost. I see where it's confused. Man, we gotta. Okay. We're gonna have to clean this up. Ooh. I feel like it does really, really well up to all this part. How do I separate the logic between the first and the second transaction? Because that's where it's getting confused. Or the first transaction. Or the first transaction. This is where it's getting confused. Or the second transaction. Okay. Loan origination fee. Closing costs. Where do I put the flat 3,500? That's the confusing part. Second transaction. The total cost. Okay, this is very confusing. Okay. Closing cost for the first transaction. Flat closing cost for second transaction. I may have to just gut this thing and start over, but we'll see. Flat closing cost. Let's just get rid of that. It's just confusing. Total cost. Let's try to be consistent. For the first transaction, I feel like this is more consistent, but it would not surprise me if it's still confused again. Not sure why my screen stopped sharing. Let me fix that. Okay, so this is version 8. Let's see if we can get version 8 in here. Again, it's going to take a minute. Okay, so I'm going to have to pause here in a second. And once I get this going, I'm going to take down a lot of my equipment here. Hey, good morning. I'm going to take down a lot of my equipment in my studio and I'm going to pack that up and take it to my office. And I'm going to have to reset up all my equipment there because I'm going to be at my office for 10, 12 hours, something like that. So bear with me. It's going to be a little bit of a setup. And then during that time, let's see, I'll transition to my phone during that setup time. And then we'll get that testing and see if we can get that to work. And then we'll know if that's going to actually work or not. But before I do that, I really want to see if I can get this to work. And then once I get to the office, I'm going to get the studio set up. Well, first after this, I got to take the studio down, drop off a key at a property because I have a new tenant moving in, head to the office, get the studio set up, and then I'll start working on business stuff. And then that'll be like the rest of the day, I'll be working on business stuff and I'll be floating between my computer and my phone throughout that process. And then I'll talk a little bit about my studio setup here in a couple minutes. I just want to see if I can get this to work before I do that. I want to make sure this is gone. I want the version 7 gone. Yes, exactly. Oh, figure out my map. Okay, yeah, good point. How am I going to get there without... Okay. I do have a GPS in my car, but it's like really old and my level of confidence in that is very low. Take Molinex to I-69. Yeah, I don't have an iPad. My son has the iPad, unfortunately. I bought an iPad originally to, yes, we're still doing the meetup tonight. Absolutely. And it's going to be live streamed. So I will see you there hopefully at 5:30. Oh, that's another thing I need to do. I need to prep for that because I don't have any of that prepped yet. Okay, so this is good to go now, hopefully. So if this doesn't work, then we're just gonna have to figure this out later tonight because I don't have time to keep messing with this for right now. But I really do want to get this working. Cash flow summary, I think that was about what we had this at, negative 464. So that works. We're so far off. So far off. Okay. Total. Oh wait, hold on. What did that assume? Did that assume how did we get to 90,000? Seller finance. What did I put as the purchase price here? 219. Where on earth did you get that? 60%. No, this is so wrong. I wonder if I can try this again. It's probably not going to work. I think I have an idea of how to fix this. What are the surplus funds? That's not the right amount. This is so wrong. Okay, I think I have a good idea to fix this. I'm going to take the responses that's giving me and break it down with those individual inputs. I'm going to take my logic. That's going to take me, I'll probably do this in the middle of the night. This is going to take me a while to work through this. I'm going to follow this framework and just populate the samples, like the examples one by one, through that. So that's going to be something we're going to have to work through later tonight because I don't have time. So I'm going to go to the restroom real quick and then I'm going to come back in like 2 or 3 minutes and I'm going to talk about the equipment that I use. So I'm going to get on my phone to continue the stream. And then I'm going to start taking down my camera, like all that kind of stuff. And I'll kind of go while I'm doing that, I'll kind of share like what camera I use, what microphone, like how much the stuff costs, what I use for my setup. I'll kind of show you the studio, that kind of stuff. So bear with me. I'm going to go to the restroom and I'll be right back. And then we'll start taking stuff down. Okay, so we're having trouble streaming to LinkedIn. This could be an issue on LinkedIn. We'll keep trying and let you know. I don't think anyone's even watching on LinkedIn anyways. Okay, cool. All right. So appreciate that, man. Let me mute this. Let me jump on my phone. Okay, I'm going to jump on my phone. Of 32-hour live call. Okay, so let me mute myself.
Okay. Well, can you hear me? Okay, cool. All right, I think. Okay. I'm thinking I want to try to use my hotspot on my computer to keep the stream going simultaneously as I flip between the two. So maybe I don't. That problem is only going to come up when I physically leave my house and then go get in the car. So I'm going to start disconnecting my stuff. So I'm going to take off my camera here. So this is my Rodecaster video. Pretty expensive. I think it's like $1,000, but it's well worth it. So I have my video on camera 1. And so this right here is the camera that I'm going to take to my office. This is my camera that I'm leaving here. So I'm not going to keep that with me, but I'm going to plug this into source 1 just so I have that. And so this plugs into my camera, and I have a really long cable here. And so I'm just going to pack this up. So I got my tripod. I have my extension cable. I have an extension cable here. I need both microphones because during the meetup I may have people get on and talk. So I have my XLR cable that goes with this microphone here. So I'm going to put that in there. Sorry if there's cat fur everywhere. So yeah, I'm going to put my cable in here. Just make sure I don't forget anything. So that's going to be the cable for the camera. The cable for the camera costs like $40 or $50 itself. This is my ZVE10 camera. Very, very good camera, like really good bang for your buck. I think it was like $700 or so. So I'm trying to get this pulled off here. Give me a second. And so this right here is the continuous power source into my camera. So the camera battery itself, if you just plugged in a normal battery, it only lasts about 30 minutes. So obviously I can't be streaming all day if the camera battery is going to last 30 minutes. So when I plug that into the camera, it just continuously charges and has power running through it all day. And you have to be careful on which camera you choose because there's a lot of cameras that will overheat. And when they overheat, the default setting will be to just shut down and then it will kill your stream, right? You obviously don't want that. So, and even with this ZVE10, there's a couple settings where you have to make those changes and put like ignore the overheating and stuff like that. And there's some other things that I do. Like, for example, like they say to leave the screen open, like whenever you're recording, to like not have this back screen touching the camera so it doesn't overheat. So I'm going to put that camera in here. Bear with me on the crappy production job on my phone at the moment. All right, so we got the tripod. I already have that one packed. Then we have, this is my XLR cable for this. So I'm going to take this down. This is my Osmo Pocket 3. That's what I use to record all of my YouTube content. This is the battery backup. So I'm taking that off so I can just pack it in my stuff. Just throw it in here. I got a battery backup for the day. This is my OC notepad. Packing up my bag. So this is the cable that I need that hooks up to the Rodecaster Video. I feel like I don't want to move this because I'm going to forget where to place this. So I'm going to keep this actually. I'm probably going to forget. Let's see. It says computer. It should be pretty straightforward. So hopefully we'll be able to figure that out once I get to the office. So we'll wrap that cable up. So this cable gets plugged in from the Rodecaster Video into my computer. So I use a Mac. Plugging that in. Okay. So now I'm going to take out the XLR cable. See, I have 2 slots for the XLR cable, so I have 2 microphones on this one. That's the only drawback of the Rodecaster videos. There's only enough slots for 2 mics. So I'm going to take this off. And you can see this is quite a quite a production event here, getting this studio taken down and all that. So it's not something I really want to do all the time. This gets snapped on. I may have to put my phone down for a second. So I'm unscrewing the back of this. So this basically you just loop this through and then screw this on the back side. And that's what keeps it secured on this arm. So I'm just going to thread this through. Give me a second here. Okay. I cannot do this with one hand. All right, we're just going to throw this in my bag and we'll worry about it later. So I got 2 mics in here now. Got to make sure that's in there. Where is the second mic? I'm going to put that mic, and you can see I'm not going to have a boom arm for the whatever arm for the second mic. Whoever's using the second mic can just hold it. So now I'm going to be taking this down. And so it just pops right out like this. And just folds up like this. So pretty easy. Just put this in my bag. Obviously, it's a kind of a mess at the moment for you to see this, since I'm trying to do this with one hand. Okay, so that's in there, packed. So now I have my XLR cable that I got to pull out. So I think this, and this was connected here. I've since pulled it out. And so when I get home later tonight, I'm going to have to set all this up again to be ready to rock and roll. So pull that through. Okay. So now, pack up that cable. So the last thing I'm going to do is turn this off. I think it's showing to you upside down for some reason. Oh, there it goes. So I powered that off. This is the power. And so now this is completely disconnected from everything. Now I got to find the power cord. You can see there's a lot going on here. You're probably watching this and be like, bro, I'm never getting a YouTube studio. Never. I'm never going to do this. It is a lot of work, but you know, it's not that bad once you know what you're doing. So I have to be mindful of the amount of plugs I need. Because I don't know if that extension cord is going to necessarily work out, or that surge protector. So I'm wondering if I need to take this other surge protector, and then here is my light. Oh, I'm thinking if I should take this or not. That would be quite... I really don't want to take it, to be honest. And this is just my computer charger. Nothing fancy about that. So I'll just wrap this up. So we're good to go there. And then this is my TV screen. You can see. So last, I'm going to pack up the Rodecaster video. Put that in there. And then we are good to go. I do need both hands for this, so I'm going to put this down just for a second. People watching are like, this is the worst stream ever. Okay. Cool. All right. So I got that done. Oh, actually, so we got this secondary monitor here. This actually just plugs into my computer. It's really cool. Again, I got cat fur on everything. It is what it is. Trying to do this with one hand is a little hard. Okay. And check this out. This is the monitor stand, and it just folds right up. And the display just comes right off. So look how razor thin that is. pretty small. It fits right in my bag. So that whole secondary monitor plugs directly into my Mac and fits right in my bag. Nice and neat. I have a lot more stuff in here than I normally do, so I don't want to push it too much. So, well, it's really this journal, I think. Let me just try it without this journal. Okay, then I have this. We're almost done. And then we're going to go get lost somewhere in Indianapolis. Put that in my bag. Okay, let's turn off the TV. So we got the TV there. Turn that off. Okay, what do I do about this light? Taking this light would be kind of a pain in the ass. See, it's up there. I feel like if it wasn't from the top down, angled that way, it's going to create like weird shadows and maybe make it worse. I don't know. Do I take it? Do I take it? Do I not take it? I feel like if I get there, I'm gonna be like, dang it, I should have took it. But my car's kind of a mess right now, to be honest. Do I take it? Do I take it? Where is this cable looking through? All right, we're taking it. Let me prop this up here for a second, and you can watch me fall down and look like a clown while I take this down. Oh, this is probably not the best idea. Okay, that's down. I don't even know if this is gonna fit in my car. My car's pretty small. Okay. All right, so we got all that done. Let me pack up my cord. All right, gotta put my socks on and get ready to go. Okay, so I don't know if this is gonna work, but we're gonna attempt to keep this stream going. First, I gotta find it on my computer. Give me a second. I can't find the browser where this stream is happening. I have so many tabs open. There we go. I found the stream. Okay, cool. So we're going to try to keep this open as long as I can. And, okay, my computer should be connected to my Wi-Fi while I load up my car. So I'm going to load up my car and get ready. Take all this stuff upstairs. Let's see. Yep, we got all that. We got a camera. I'm going to get there and I'm going to forget the most basic thing, and it's going to, I know it. It's just going to be like taking down the whole production by not having it. That's how it always goes, right? All right, so let's go load up the car. Hey, buddy. Hi. I'll give you a kiss and hug. Hold on. Hey, buddy. I gotta go to work. Yep, I'm gonna load up the car first. I'm not going quite yet.
This is Beckham's school.
You know where my keys are? I think I left them in your car. I'll be right back, buddy. All right, we gotta find my keys. Found them. Okay, making progress. Bear with me as I get settled in here, and then we'll be able to chat more here in a second. I'm gonna load up my studio in my car. Put this in my front seat. Okay, so studio's packed. We're gonna attempt to put this light in my back seat. Well, that one's still in the basement, so I'll have to go get that in a second. Yep, I'll give it to you in a second, buddy. Go back downstairs. All right, so we got, it looks like we have the light. I should probably take this surge protector. Let me get that disconnected because I feel like I'm going to need it. This setup and takedown is a lot more work than I thought. So if you're trying to do podcasts on the road, good luck. It's a lot of work. Okay, so I'm going to take this light. People are going to be looking at me when I get to the office like, what in the world is this guy doing? Like, this guy's psycho. The answer to that question is yes, I am. I'm coming back for you, buddy. Putting this. I'll be right back, buddy. I'm taking this to work. Oh, almost tripped. I have a feel this light thing is turning into a. It's not going to fit. Okay, we're abandoning that. Freddie, get back in the house. Freddie, get back. Okay. Scratch the light. We're just going to have to deal with poor lighting. It is what it is. Okay. Good there, good there. I didn't really eat breakfast, but. Oh, you do? Awesome. Okay, his cable. Grab a lunch. Let's see. The leftovers are in the basement, right?
Yeah. Are you eating it today?
Probably, yeah.
You probably want this a little more crispy, but.
I'll be right back. I got a key I need to drop off at a property. Oh, wait, where's my car keys? There we go. Okay, buddy, hold on. Okay, it looks like my video got. Is it removed whenever I do that? Okay, it is removed whenever I do that. Okay, that's good to know. We're going to take my computer with me. To the soccer ball? This? The binoculars? Or the soccer ball? Oh, okay. Here you go. My phone hotspot to my computer. If the stream drops, I'm just going to create a new one on my phone and then I'll hop back on. So let's see. Connect to iPhone. Well, hey, buddy. Give me a hug and kiss. I know. Hug and kiss. I got to go to work. I love you. I love you. Beckham. Got to go to work. Hug and kiss. Hug. Love you.
No.
Love you. Oh, yes. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. I need my computer. All right. Let's get to it. I just dropped my hash brown on my computer. I'm going to put my computer in the back seat. Hopefully it stays on. while I drive. Oh, that was almost a bad stop. Let's do it. If Shania Twain starts playing, I promise it's not my music. Just kidding. On my car. We're going to see if let me 46208. What's the zip code? That's not a good start. Hold on 1 second. Yeah. Okay, 46208. All right. 46208. Okay. Putting in the address. No. This is not even showing up on my phone. This is going to be entertaining. Okay, let's try something else. West. Okay, we're making progress. West 28th Street. We're totally getting lost today. That's funny. I have zero confidence in this right now. 450. Okay, cool. That looks like that works. All right, start. I'm going to go the route that I know 70% of the way there. I didn't bring my... All right. We're going to go drop off this key. So we are on our way. We're going to talk about why I'm doing this 32-hour live and a little bit about background. So, it's telling me that because of the weight of my podcast stuff, it's saying there's someone in my seat. So I need to buckle this imaginary person up, or that's not going to stop. Okay, cool. Hopefully that stops. All right, so I had Pace if he would be willing to goes live and I go live, and then I have like Owners Club members jumping on all day long. That way, when we go head to head and I beat him, it's more of like Owners Club and everyone else, He thought that was funny, but he didn't really say anything. So I decided that I'm going to break his record today on longest call ever. And his record, to my knowledge, is 31 hours long. And I know he's done some 12-hour calls, some 18-hour. I've seen the 12-hour calls. I think he's done some 18, maybe even 24, 26-hour calls. I don't know if the 31-hour call ever happened because I saw it was scheduled and then it got rescheduled. So I don't know if that happened. That was like back in 2020, I think, when I saw that. I'm just operating with the assumption that it didn't happen. And so we are going to be streaming all day, all night into tomorrow for 32 hours straight. And every month or so, I started this
probably 4 or 5 months ago, I've started to do some crazy challenges because that's just what I like to do. And I'll get into a little background about why or how I'm able to do that. So the first challenge I did that I started taking it as like an actual challenge was funding my way to Squat Up Summit. So I started with 0, and I had to fund my way to Squat to be able to afford, my ticket, plane ticket, all that stuff, travel, food, everything, right? And so that video is on my YouTube channel. I think I did that over 2 videos, and I talked about all the different ways that I know how to make money in real estate and how I can use that in a very short period of time to make money and fund my way to Squat Up Summit, starting with nothing, like no money, using right, not bar or nothing. And so I funded my way in that first challenge. I funded my way to Squat Up Summit, and the catch was I not only had to fund my way, but whatever I generated in income, I had to use that as my only source of funds while at Squat Up Summit. So whenever I would run out of funds, the funds, they're gone. I can't use any other funds other than what I generated to get there. So I not only had to generate enough funds to cover my trip there, but I also had to generate enough funds to cover my trip while I was there. So that was like part 1 of that challenge. Part 2 was that I was only booking a one-way ticket to Squat Up Summit. So I booked a one-way ticket to Squat Up Summit on my way there, and the only way I could get back was to fund my way back home by doing whatever necessary to get back home through real estate. And if I think about the first Squat Up Summit that I went to, which I had the pleasure of speaking on stage for, that was the first time I'd ever spoke on stage on like a crowd like that, and that was pretty awesome. But even afterwards or before I did that, I was very introverted and, having conversations with people, especially the people I didn't know, like usually pretty friendly with people I do know, depending on the day. I would get really emotionally drained from because I was introverted. And I remember the first Squat Up Summit, the importance of, or just really important in general, is just build relationships, and people do business with other people and other people that they know, trust, and like. And so I had to force myself the whole time to continue to interact with people, and it was very, very tiring, like draining, right? Because if you're an introvert, you get drained from those kind of interactions, as opposed to like an extrovert like Pace, where he gets recharged with those types of interactions. And so I've had to rewire my brain over the past couple of years to just think differently. And now I would say I'm more extroverted than introverted, but at the time, it was really, really draining. And I would get disappointed with myself because I would, I should just go home. Like, I'm tired. And then I would constantly fight this battle in my head of like, okay, get out there, push through it. You meet people. You never know what kind of, relationships you can form. And if you don't have a seat at the table, you're never going to get where you want to go, right? You're never going to help the people that you want to help. You're never going to accomplish the things that you want to accomplish. So it's like a continuous battle I was fighting myself in my head. And so that was the first Squat Up Summit. That would have been like 2 years ago. And so I created this competition with myself to gamify the process, right? Gamify, because I'm really competitive, gamify the socialization component to building relationships and interacting with people that I don't know. The cool part for me about Squat Up Summit Year 2 was that a lot of people knew who I was because I spent a lot of time being in the community and building relationships with people. So when I would go there, a there's a pretty good chance a lot of people I'd run into, like, I knew who they were, they knew who I was, like, we were friends, right? Whether we were virtual friends and we'd never seen each other, or we'd met before at the prior squad or something. So it definitely eased the tension a little bit when you're around friendly faces that you know, like, and trust. And so that was a cooler part to Squad Up Summit year 2, is that I just had a lot of relationships, and it comes more natural, so I don't have to worry as much. And the conversations are not, when they're friends and I know the people, it's not really draining to me at all. If I try to break down the mental side of, like, what is it that drains me? Think about that for a second. I think it's the way in which I have to activate my brain to have those conversations and keep the momentum in the conversation and not be awkward. I think that's what drains me now. But if I think about back then, I think the overwhelming emotional feeling I would get was that it was draining because I had a fear of rejection, right? Fear of walking up to someone that was more successful than me, doing bigger things, and then they would just dismiss me, right? So during my day job, I'm a CFO, and the most absolute draining thing of my life was that when I went to CFO events here in town in Indianapolis, they would put in, like, Bank of America, or I think it was Bank of America. They would put on this, like, CFO networking event. It was like for all these CFOs all over Indianapolis and the surrounding area. That was the most draining thing I could have possibly ever experienced in my life. And, like, having those interactions continuously just creates a perception of, this is what it's like networking, right? And when I would go to those certain rooms, it just seemed like everybody else but me were friends. Like, I would try to inject myself into a conversation, and it just felt forced. That I just felt, like, dismissed. And it's just not a good feeling, It's kind of like a high school clique, right? You got the cool kids, and if you're not in the cool kids, it isn't very fun. And that's how those CFO events felt like, where just all these people had all these relationships with each other, and they were all, good old pals, and I'm the outsider looking in. And that's what kind of really shaped my perception of interacting with people and networking. And honestly, it's still true to this day to a lot of different networking events. They're all pretty similar to that, except for Paces community, which is why I resonate so well. And everyone has the same mindset of wanting to see each other, generally speaking, wanting to see each other succeed. And I love that. So, like, I don't have to feel And I was just like, oof, that's a big chunk of change out of my budget, right? But it's about willing to take the risk to get in the right room. Way. And that's really what I'm about. But winning at all costs within the parameters of my moral compass. And so when I gamify it, of how many conversations I had, but it was the goal at hand was to build as many so that way I could get my 15 times.
Hopefully it's working now. I can't see comments. Oh, there was a comment section this whole time. I didn't even see that. Oh, hey, Myron. Sorry about that. You were back for 1 second. Okay. Sorry, I don't have your number saved in my phone. So if you could text me, whoever was calling me, and tell me who you are, I would appreciate it. So I thank you, though. I wonder if I hit join the chat. Oh, it says connect to YouTube. Okay, I'm not going to mess with that stuff later. I'll keep an eye on the chat. I didn't even know. Oh, Rod, thank you, man. Sorry about that. Was I gone for a second or was I gone for like several minutes? Where should I back up? Can you tell me in the chat where I need to back up? I'll just keep going where I left off. Where are we at? We're getting to the point where we're going to get lost on the highway, so hopefully I don't. And so I was able to earn my way back home, and it was because I forced myself into that kind of situation, right? So that was the first challenge that I did, or second challenge that I did. The next challenge I did was to generate 45K of profit in one of our companies. I've been in and out for the last 5 more minutes. Okay, well that sucks. I'm sorry. I am driving, so there's probably not much I can do about that. I didn't really plan this day well. I should have never set this day as a day to drop off a key at a property, but I forgot to do it yesterday, so that sucks. And the second challenge I did, I totally feel like I'm going to get lost. This is going to be fun. The second challenge I did was generate 45K profit in Start from the Squat Up story. Which Squat Up story would that be for the I'm trying to think. Would you know what specifically was the last part you heard, so I can jog my memory on where to circle back on? Let me find my exit. Polly, let me know in the chat. Hey, Robin. Awesome. Love to see you at the meetup. Okay. I'm going to start all over with that Squat Up story. I don't know if I can repeat it again, but I'm going to try. So, did I talk about like the CFO, social? Did you hear that part about me going to social events and feeling like an outcast? If you're putting it in the comments, I can't see it. Okay, let's just start over. So, whenever I would go to social events, like networking for business, it was always like a boys club or, the cool kids in high school, all the athletes. I mean, I was an athlete in high school, but you get what I'm saying. All the cool kids had their cliques, and it just felt like I wasn't a part of it. I wasn't invited to the cool kid club. And so that was my perception of networking with people, is that I always had this fear of rejection. And I felt like I was an outcast and I wasn't accepted. And that was like one of my biggest fears. So whenever I would have interactions with people in a networking environment, it would be extremely draining to me. Extremely draining. Hold on, I'm about to miss my exit. And that was my perception of networking until I joined the community. And it is just emotionally draining. I would have to force myself to get out there and build relationships. In year 2 was much easier for me because I already had a bunch of relationships. Year 2 meaning going to Squad Up Summit. But the problem is whenever I would go to meetups, I would just end up talking to the same people over and over and over again, and I wouldn't meet any of the new people. So now, fast forward to today, and I know a lot of other people do this too. It's really interesting, the differences in mindsets too. You know, when you're first getting started, a lot of people probably have the same mindset I had on networking and interactions. And if you kind of just look at the transformation of how that works, and then you start to get to know more and more people, you start getting comfortable, but then you start just hanging out with the same people over and over and over again. But it's interesting, in Owners Club, I talk to a lot. Now there are probably some people that are still shy, right? But I talk to a lot of people where they go out of their way at a table where they don't know a single person. And that's what I do now. It's like I intentionally will go seek the people that I've never met. And that's really, really hard to do as someone who's naturally introverted. And so that's what I mean, as far as like, once I got to meet people in year 2, I would just gravitate towards the people that I was comfortable with, the people that I were friends with, because I felt safe and comfortable in those conversations, right? I wasn't stretching myself as a natural introvert to engage more. And that was a mistake. That's not a flattering angle, but I want to it to where you can like actually hear me, because there's probably a lot of background noise. I should have put it in my headphones, but it's too late now. And so I started doing these competitions as a way to gamify the process of me interacting and building relationships with people, because I'm extremely competitive by nature, and my desire for competition far exceeds any fear of rejection or any other fear that I have, which is, I definitely, this is not the right exit. Interesting. Well, we're gonna go on a look. Oh, that was the wrong exit. Dang it. I knew it. We're gonna be going on a little trip today. Oh, this will be interesting. Okay. Which is why I decided to gamify the whole process. So the first challenge I did was to find a way to fund my way to Squad Up Summit. And I already knew going into my part 1 challenge what part 2 challenge was going to be. And ultimately, the whole challenge was focused around what part 2 was going to be, which is forcing myself to build relationships with people in the community. And so part 1 was I had to fund my way to Squad Up Summit. And I have that on my YouTube channel. There's I think I did that over 2 videos. Sadly, my part 2 of the challenge, I haven't posted on YouTube yet because it requires a lot of editing and I haven't had time to go through it. And that was several months ago. I really should have gotten that done. But I had to fund my way to Squad Up Summit, flight, ticket, all that stuff, food, lodging, everything. And whatever I had left over was my budget for Squad Up Summit. I couldn't use any other source of funds except for whatever was left. And I think I ended up having like $700 left or something. So I did consulting, I did TC work, I did whatever I could to generate cash for the funding of Squad Up Summit for my challenge. And so it put me in a place of like finite resources, right? You know, I only had like $700 to work with while I was at Squad Up Summit. And part of my way of funding my way to Squad Up Summit was that I booked a one-way ticket. And I could not get back home, which was part 2 of my challenge, I could not get back home until I found a way to fund my way back home. So I booked a one-way ticket to Dallas with no way back home, and I had to figure it out while I was there. And that forced me to build relationships with people, because that was the only way that I was going to get out of that situation, was to build relationships with people. And so that allowed me to gamify in my head a way of creating more relationships and make it exciting and thrilling and all that kind of stuff. So that was a lot of fun. It was very exhausting, but it was a lot of fun. The part that I did not consider when creating that challenge was how jam-packed that schedule was, because I went to all the sessions and everything, and some of the sessions literally went all day from like 8 a.m. ending to 9 p.m. And I was like, holy cow, like, when am I going to find time to network with people? And so I had to do it late at night, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 a.m., 1 a.m., 2 a.m. in the morning. That's when I was building relationships and finding a way to earn my way back home. And so the next challenge that I did was to generate 45K of profit in our business. And I'm still in the middle of editing that video too, which I need to get faster at editing videos. But I feel like that was a lot easier than what I thought it was going to be, because, we basically got to that by raising prices for what the services we were currently providing. We were definitely underpriced in our services for a company that, hold on, some guy was like really trying to get by me. For a company that I part own, is a diesel repair mechanic shop. And we were taking a look at the market pricing and realized that we were, pretty well underpriced. And so we were able to do that. We were able to increase pricing. I think we went up $20 an hour. And then we also did a bill back program on our credit cards. We were just eating the credit card fees whenever we would process payments. So we started billing that back to the customers. And that bill back was about $12,000 annually by itself. And then, the remainder, it's kind of hard to calculate, because the remainder of the increase in the labor rate. Hold on, I just got to this property. I could have swore I removed this sign when I was here, but clearly I did not. We're in the hood right now, just FYI, so I gotta stop with the story time and get in and out to make sure that my car is still here. One was the original. So then I got. All right. I'm back. I don't know. Somehow I got dropped. I'm at the property right now, and I'm in the hood, so I got to get in and out because I don't want to be around here too long, because I want my car to be here. So bear with me. We're dropping off a key. And I need to put the original back in the lockbox. Wow, this grass needs cut. It's pretty rough. All right, I'm at the lockbox. key here. Bear with me a second. I'm gonna have to put this down. Okay. Neighbor gave me some weird looks, so let's get out of here. All right. If I'm live still, please let me know, because my computer says that something is wrong. Okay, let me pull over here, and if anyone's watching, can you please let me know that you can still hear what I'm saying? While I put in my new destination. Oh, cool. I'm still live. Awesome. All right. We're going to put in my work information. So going back to forcing myself in these kind of situations and the challenge that we did. So we billed back credit card fees. That was about 12 grand. And then the rest of it was in this is I feel like definitely not going to take me to the right place. The rest of it came from our increases in labor. Then we also created a membership program to drive additional revenue, reoccurring revenue, actually. And so between all of that, it's kind of hard to measure the actual savings or increase in profit, because that $20 increase is really happening like every day, right? Like every day that's still continuing to grow. So every hour that we spend working on equipment, we're capturing that additional $20 an hour in profit. So that number is probably pretty large by now, if you really look at it from that perspective. So that was my next challenge, was to generate 45K in 45 days, or it comes off my salary dollar for dollar. So if I didn't generate enough, let's say I didn't generate anything, then 45K would have had to come off my salary. So that's what I did for my that challenge. And then when I went to Monterey, California for Owners Club retreat, I had a goal of filming 22 podcast episodes before I could come back home. Pretty similar to the Squat Up Challenge. And what that did was force me to build relationships with people in Owners Club, right? So I had a goal of doing 22 podcast episodes. And so I was marching my way through that endeavor. And again, I miscalculated the schedule. the schedule was pretty jam packed, and it was all day, all night kind of thing. It would end at like 5 to 6 p.m. And I was like, dang it, how am I going to get these like podcast episodes in? So I think I was at like episode probably 15, I guess. No, I don't know if I was that high. Probably somewhere around that number. And I went to we had a meetup, like a Monterey meetup with just everyone. And in that meetup, Pace was there, and I talked to him real quick, and I was like, how many episodes do you think I should do? And he knew like my goal was 22, and he was like, I don't know, 40? And I was like, 40? Like, what? The very first thing that came out of my mouth was like, that's just not possible. Like, I was thinking about the schedule. I literally said, it was like, that's just not possible. And I could just see like his face, like he just like lowered his expectations of me. And then he immediately after that said, oh, well, I don't know, maybe like 30, like that would still be pretty cool. And it just ate at me. The fact that he started at 40 and then he was like, oh, well, 30 would still be pretty good. That just drove me nuts. So then I decided to go ape crap and went on to not only do 22, I finished at 52. So I went absolutely nuts in my podcast, which I'm slowly like releasing. I'm doing a couple episodes a week. I'm trying to get through them quicker. I posted one 2 days ago. I'll probably post another one later tonight, or maybe I'll probably do some editing of videos later, and post, and I'll kind of show you what that looks like. I probably want to do a training on how to edit my podcast videos and send it to marketing guy, so maybe I can get him to start doing it, because I'm the one who always does that usually. And I did 52. I was like, nope, I am not gonna settle for 30 or 40. I'm going far off the deep end and pushing it to the absolute limits, like all the way up until the time I left. Like, my last podcast finished like 10 minutes before I had to leave for the airport. And I just kept going and going and going and going, which I was up till like 5 a.m. for 2 or 3 nights. Just non-stop podcast after podcast after podcast after podcast. And I had a lot of help from people in the community too. And that just goes to show you the power of relationships. I had El Ray helping me get more podcast guests. I had Laura helping me with getting more podcast guests. Like, I had a lot of people helping me get more guests. And it was to the point where I was finishing one podcast, and literally as soon as that person would get up, another person would sit in the seat. And I had that happen like 4 or 5 times in a row. And so like I didn't even have to get up and start searching for my next guest, because I had other people helping me get more guests, which was amazing. So I could not have done that without their help. And that was because I had, relationships with them now. Which is awesome. I mean, that's what the community's about, right? Which, I'm going to turn only lane here, hold on. Kind of brings me to this new challenge where we're doing 32 hours nonstop straight. Here's the thing. I have a ton of stuff that I need to get done. Like, overwhelming amount of things that I have to get done. I look up every day and I'm like, that didn't make it to my list. I didn't make it to my list. I didn't make it to my list. And, I'm sure everyone's been there. And you just keep kicking the can down the road. And you just can never find enough time in the day to get done the things that you need to get done. I don't have a ton of wasted time in my day. So there's really not many options for me other than to physically create time in my day. And so just like Pace always says, killing 5 birds with one stone. I'm already doing the work. Like, I already have to do the work. Why don't I just film it and just go live the entire time I'm doing it? Now, do I need to do 32 hours straight? No. I mean, I could easily probably fit an extra 5-6 hours in. And I thought initially I was going to do this for like 25 hours. But then when I saw his longest call was 31 hours, I was like, oh my gosh, this guy's an animal. Like 31 hours, like that's ridiculous. So here we are going for 32 hours. And in those 32 hours, I'm going to get a lot of things caught up. You saw me earlier working on my Delphi AI model. That thing's been frustrating me for weeks now, as far as like, I feel like it's so close. I get a lot of people reaching out to me to underwrite properties, and I won't be responding very timely. Those are all missed opportunities. I had one the other day where a guy brought me a property. He was like, hey, you want to look at this and maybe JV together? And then I responded like 3 days later, and he was like, oh, well, you didn't really respond, so I had to go find someone else. I'm like, shit, well, that's whose fault is that? It's my fault. So I want to get to the point where I can like take someone's DM, copy it, paste it into my AI, fill in the gaps with whatever's missing, and then just give me the answer, and I can make a quick decision, split-second decision, yes or no. That's where I'm trying to get to with the AI. And so I've been meaning to spend some time to tweak it. Haven't had the time. I think I spent an hour on it this morning. Didn't quite get it to where I need to get it, so I'm going to spend probably another hour or so on it. I think I'm probably an hour away from getting it. I'll spend an hour working on that later tonight, over the morning. Which is really not good that I'm this tired this early. I mean, we're in for a pretty rough day. I'm in the middle of traffic right now, so we're not really moving. So the other things we need to get done, there's a lot of things I've been pushing off in my business. I've been talking about creating a sales funnel, a newsletter drip campaign in our business for a while. Like, I've been mentioning it, hey, we need to do this, we need to do this, we need to do this for a couple months now. And I have not done it. So I've been putting that off. It's like, okay, well, when is this ever going to get done? Well, today's that day. Today it's going to get done. And that's what we're going to be working on. Also going to be building software. Some of this isn't going to be sexy for you to watch. Like, this is literally, some of this is going to be really good educational stuff for people to hear. And some of this is just going to be, I'm sorry, just straight up boring, because I'm going to be like doing work. And sometimes I just have to pound through work. And it's not always going to come with a ton of explanations. Like, I think the first 2.5 hours of this live really sucked because I struggled with technology the whole time. So I kind of abandoned that and then just went to straight screen sharing through StreamYard, and that worked out a lot better. I'm still stuck in traffic. Ironically, on Martin Luther King Street, I was underwriting a property on this street in a different city earlier this morning. And so that's what we're going to be doing today during the day. Then we have the meetup at 5:30. We'll do that for a couple hours, and then I'll come back home and I'll start plugging away at all the real estate stuff. I'm going to be doing a bunch of real estate accounting, getting taxes caught up, K1 schedules, cost segregation studies, like all that kind of geeky stuff, right? I'm going to be doing a lot of that. Keep underwriting properties, that kind of stuff. And I guess if I kind of go back to the beginning, quick little story. When I was 8 years old, I was playing machine pitch baseball. It's freaking machine pitch. Like, machine pitch. Like, how serious is this? This is not very serious. It's machine pitch. We're 8 years old. And I had made 4 errors in one game. I don't know if you don't know anything about baseball, error is essentially a mistake, right? I made a mistake, a big one, big enough for it to count as an error. And so I made 4 errors in one game. I had balls. I think they were all balls that went between my legs. I didn't catch them. They were ground balls, and they went past my glove. Or they were ground balls that I caught. I fumbled with it and couldn't make the throw to first base. I was playing second base at the time. Never forget when that kind of stuff would happen, and then my dad would just get up from the stands and just walk away, and just disappointment and shame, which is what every kid wants to see from their dad, right? So he told me what a disappointment I was, what a failure I was, and how I embarrassed him. And so we spent the whole summer, every day, 5-6 hours a day, first thing in the morning, practicing with the sole intention of trying to break me as a human being. And all he wanted to do was to get me to quit. He wanted me to quit playing baseball. He didn't want me to play baseball anymore. And so he would just be reaming line drives and ground balls at me. Keep in mind, I'm 8 years old. Ball after ball after ball. I'm talking like just welts all over my body. It's getting pelted. And every time I'd miss the ball, I would have to run. I'd have to run with a bat over my head. I'd have to do some form of physical exercise punishment, right? Every time I would make a mistake. And it just seemed like this endless thing that would just never end, like over and over and over again. And the worst part was the psychological part. That was worse than the physical. Because the entire time he was just telling me stuff about, how nice it would be if I just quit. We could go home, we could get the nice air condition. You don't ever have to worry about this again. We won't ever come back here again. We won't keep doing this every day. It'll all end. All of it. We'll go home, get some ice cream. You get to just enjoy your summer, just have fun, just be a kid. And so that's what I would be hearing during this whole time of punishment or endearment or whatever you want to call that. I mean, I would equate it to like a POW type of experience, and I would have all sorts of physical punishments and creative ways to keep me engaged during those sessions that I won't get too much into, and so like that is what that is what forged a lot of who I am today. That experience, which wasn't a fun one. Because it's hard for me to talk about that, not get emotional. I was not gonna let that dude get the satisfaction of seeing me quit. It's just not gonna happen. And so I say that by saying,
Prepare to keep left.
Oh wow, there's a lot of construction up here. I say that by saying I will not be broken because I've already been tried and tested many times. And so no matter what circumstances are thrown my way,
Please keep left in a quarter of a mile.
I will absolutely find a way to win. No doubt. So, gotta get my shit together. Hold on. So, whenever I have a goal, it will be accomplished. There will be no other option. Finally make it close to work here. Really need to get my shit together before I go in the office. So if there's any question about me finishing these 32 hours, you already know what the answer is. This will happen. Because whatever goal I set to achieve, I can assure you it will be accomplished. And that, I think, is what makes an entrepreneur successful, is just not giving up. Because there's been a lot of times, specifically thinking of those experiences when I was young, where I thought about giving up. I thought it was just too hard and it would be easier if I just gave in. But every single difficult moment I've had in my life, and I'm sure a lot of people watching would agree with that in their own life, that every difficult situation you've ever encountered, at the end of that was something beautiful. And those experiences shape you and make you stronger. And so when you look back at those moments in time and it seems like you're just getting kicked in the face every day, whether that be your personal life or business, or maybe it's both, just know that when you make it to the other side, that's when the magic happens. And so I've had some moments like that recently in my real estate journey, where I keep acquiring properties, and Pace was talking about this yesterday about single family sucks, right? Like, I agree, I hate it. It really sucks. I mean, it is not passive whatsoever. Every day my phone rings with breakdowns and repairs, and tenants complaining, and all this sort of stuff. Every day. Never fails. There's not a single day where there's not an issue. You start getting enough volume. I mean, you get 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, it's not that hard to handle. But when you start getting into double digits, I mean, it's a lot. There's a lot of stuff going on. And so I got, thousands and thousands of dollars of repairs stacking up. And it's like, holy cow, like I got one that's going to cost like, I don't know, $6,000 maybe on the cheap end if I'm lucky. The entire subfloor is about to collapse on a property. I had the subfloor replaced in the shower 2 years ago, and I thought it was fixed, and the tenant waited 2 years to tell me that there was an active water leak. that has been happening since that repair for 2 years. So now the subfloor is completely rotted. Everything underneath just wrecked. And so now I got to replace the whole thing. And so you look up and you're like, I just want to sell
On the right.
all of this crap and just be done with it. Like it can be so frustrating. Okay, I'm here at the office. So we're going to go get set up. And it's like, what do I do? Do I keep on building? Like it feels like I'm just getting my absolute face bashed in the entire time I'm doing this. Okay, how am I going to time this? Okay, so I need this stuff. But I can't be too far from my computer. It's going to drop the screen. Okay, I should get set up and then I'll come back and get this stuff afterwards. Right? Let's just see what I can carry with me. And so you sit there and question, like, what am I doing? Like, should I even keep buying properties? Am I just doing this for ego at this point? Am I just doing this to just have another story to tell and show people that I'm out here buying properties left and right? Because, yeah, it's cool to sign the closing docs, but it's not cool when you're getting phone calls all throughout and you have thousands of repairs that you have to pay for when stuff breaks down. There's nothing fun about that, I can assure you. And so that's another lesson in having, I'm sure you're getting really flattering angle of me right now, of capital reserves. All right, hold on one second. All right. The door's locked. Can you help? Hold on. I don't even know where my keys are. I think I left my keys in my car. My hands are a little full.
Are you gonna go live or just here?
I'm literally live right now. I have been for 5 hours and 43 minutes. Thanks.
On what platform are you on?
Facebook and YouTube. All right. So we're going to get set up here. I thought there was a table. Well, I'll figure that out in a second. All right. Let's put all this stuff down. Let's go get my keys, and then we'll be ready to rock and roll, get set up. Oh my gosh. I'm not going to tell her the keys are in my back pocket. Whoops. We'll pretend like that didn't happen. Okay. I felt like I left something in my car. No, I didn't. Okay. All right. And so this is a good lesson in capital reserves. Maybe we can talk about that while I get my studio set up here, my makeshift studio. I feel like I'm going to need... Okay, hold on one second. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it. All right. Let's switch back over to my computer. Hopefully this connection. Do I not have Wi-Fi? That would suck. That's going to be a challenge for the day if I don't. I think there was a new Wi-Fi. Shoot, I don't have the password. We just got a new Wi-Fi. What's the Wi-Fi password? Okay. I don't have the Wi-Fi password. That's hilarious. We just got a new Wi-Fi like 2 days ago. And then the other one isn't working. Let me go ask, see if I can get it. Hey, do you have the Wi-Fi password for the AT&T?
For the lobby?
No, it's the new one that we just got like 2 days ago. No? Dang it. Okay.
Will might.
I don't think it will. No. Do you have the Wi-Fi password for the new AT&T? Okay, cool. Let me see if I can find it. If not, we're gonna have to go. I wasn't planning on going to my office today, but that's what needs to happen. I wonder if it should be on like the router or something. Is this AT&T? This day has been nothing but technology challenges all day long. But that's what happens in life, you know, that life throws you challenges. And you just gotta roll with it and figure it out. Okay, we got no Wi-Fi. Awesome. We're taking this show. As I can't stay here, I really wanted this to be my setup today. I really need to figure out what the Wi-Fi is. Hold on. You and ask him what the Wi-Fi password is and tell him I'm in the middle of my 32-hour live with no Wi-Fi. Thank you. You might have to write it down for me.
I got you.
Or he may not know it, but he can at least tell me where it is. He's probably not going to answer.
If he doesn't answer, I'll text him.
I already texted him.
Where's Nick?
Cool. Good times.
Will said, is it not the same as it was before?
I don't even know what that was.
I don't know either.
No idea what that is. Is it Spectrum? Spectrum Wi-Fi? Do you have that
I
password?
only have the whatever the lobby is.
Gotcha. Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, well. All right. What are we going to do? Man, I really don't want to set this up in my office. I'm going to be so away doing that. Because that means I got to set this up twice. I'd have to set it up here. Or I have to set it up in my office, take it down, and then for the meetup, set it up here again. I really don't want to do that. All right, let's see. I'm getting some sort of connection. All right, cool. We're rocking and rolling with this. Although I don't know if this. Oh, wait, hold on. I may have gotten the Wi-Fi information. Okay, I may lose connection here, so let me rejoin on my phone. What a mess this is today. All right, so this password. All right, I think we got it figured it out. Okay, I got the Wi-Fi password for the new one. So let me get started on setting up my gear. This is going to take a few seconds, so bear with me. If anything, this is entertainment on what a clown I am. I'm actually moving pretty quick. You want to see what I'm doing? Get this threaded in. that turn on. All right. Get my power source to the camera up and running. Cool. Camera's on. Ready to go. We'll leave it there for now. I actually moved pretty quick, although it may not look like it. Set this in the back. All right, we got power. Connection. Computer. Let's see, Rodecaster video, Gangster. All right, awesome setup. Okay, let me rearrange my camera, and then we should be good to go. We should be ready to rock and roll. I don't have a mic set up yet, so let me go grab some furniture that I can use to make this happen. Let's see. We need this, that. I'll probably hide all these cables behind so people don't see it out of their view. Make it look cleaner. All right. Now I'm going to put this in here and anchor my mic to this. This will not go anywhere. And so this will be my mic setup. how do I want to do this? There's a couple different ways you can do it. Not sure which way I want to do it yet. That's probably the most logical way. I probably need to arrange this differently, but let's just get it set up. Okay. Got that set up. We need to tighten this. Hold that into place. Cool. That's okay, that's sinking too much. It's still sinking too much. It's still sinking. I think it's pretty stable. Okay. All right. So now we're going to hook this up. Now we have professional audio in. Now. Does that sound better? Okay. So the awkward part is that I'm going to be, let me face this camera. That I'm going to be looking down most of the time at my screen. I feel like we made a rookie mistake here. I feel like this should be, yeah, we gotta reposition this. Hold up, we thought we were done. Not quite. This needs to go here. Out of the way. This is better. This is too in my face. All right, let's fix that.
Okay. All right. Man, that was a whole workout. I don't even know why people are watching this right now. Probably just watching to see if I was going to fall. Okay. Let me check my mic. Testing. Hold on. Testing. Is my audio working okay? Testing. It looks like it is. Yep. Okay. Testing. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's working. All right. Let's get after it. Let's get some work done. All right. Now that I got this set up, which I'm looking pretty fancy now with my background. Appreciate it, Rod. All right. So now that we're here at the office, we got to start cranking out some business stuff. Let me start. So I use ClickFunnels. I want to start gravitating more towards Go High Level because I know they have some built-in funnel features through that. But for the time being, I am using ClickFunnels. So let me try to move this less computer, more that. So I want to start building a newsletter with a funnel built into it for two of our companies, the Diesel Repair Shop and our, well, maybe even three, freight brokerage and then our trucking company. So I want to do some funnel creation on that. We do have a Meet the Shop event coming up. So I should probably focus on that because we need to set a date on that. That hasn't been planned yet. And let's go back to this funnel. Let me share my screen. Entire screen. Okay. Oh, I got to get my secondary monitor. Seconds. Wrong way. Dummy. Coming into action. Put that there. Okay. And that way I'll be able to see you guys. Let me put that on my other screen. And be able to do other stuff. Okay, cool. Perfect. Let's do it. Okay, so we want to create this funnel for this event. So if you think about this in the terms of what might apply to you, whether that be like a real estate workshop or, you know, whatever it is that you want to have as like an event, right? That's what we want to do is we want to drive traffic to this place. And if I give you an idea of what my other funnel looks like, of what we're trying to accomplish. So if we go and look at my other funnel, this one would be a good example. So this is my newsletter funnel. So in the very beginning this morning, I shot out this email. So I have a pretty basic newsletter funnel, right? This is just saying, hey, join my Investors Digest. I should probably just rename this all Morby Method, to be honest. I feel like it's just what it's known for, mainly in the community. So I should probably just keep it that and not make as much confusion with calling it something different. I thought about calling it something different because I am doing it a little bit different than it's traditionally taught. But basically, the entire goal of this funnel / landing page is to get your email. And I'm enticing you to get your email because I'm giving you a free 4-day training on this method. So for when people DM me and ask me, hey, I want to learn more about Morby methods, what will happen is I will then give this link to people, and I will have them and sign up and say, hey, you got all your questions that you want answered. It's in these 3 hours of training that I'm giving you absolutely free. No questions asked. You don't have to put any credit card information, nothing like that. You're just literally email, you're on the newsletter, it's free, right? And so they'll get essentially a drip campaign every day. They'll get a new video for 4 days. And then after that, it's me sending out the weekly newsletter whenever I'm ready to send it out, right? So, and every week could be a different topic, and then I'll let people know, hey, here's when my next call is coming up, that kind of stuff. So I have this video to, give you a reason why, like tell you about who I am. And then this is like giving you that social proof or third-party credibility of like, hey, here I am. You can click on this. I think it's linkable, right? Okay, cool. So this was the podcast I did, Get Creative, talking about Morby methods. I spoke on stage at Squad Up, Sub 2 Training Vault. I don't think I have a link to this because this is private community, but I'm in the Sub 2 Training Vault with Pace, talking about a deal. And then this talks about, gives you more background. So most of the people coming to this page probably already know who I am, because not because I'm famous by any means, but because they've reached out to me. They've already reached out to me for a reason, and it's because of Morby methods. So someone pointed them in my direction, and then this is me capturing their email saying, hey, sign up for this, watch the training. If you got any questions, then come back to me, and then I can help you out on my next weekly call or whatever. So that's what it looks like start to finish. So if I go and open this funnel up and we take a look at this, I can't remember if it's here. I think it's here. Just trying to jog my memory here. No, this is like the web page design. I haven't used Go High Levels yet, so I'm curious to see if it's like pretty user friendly. This is not, ClickFunnels is not user friendly whatsoever, at all. So if we go to the thank you page, when you sign up for the newsletter, here's the thank you. This is telling you what you're going to get. Essentially, day 1 is the training, what it is. Day 2 is how you find seller finance leads. Day 3 is how to underwrite them. And day 4 is like how the contracts are structured and all that stuff. So that wraps up and it kind of gives you an idea like, hey, this is what you can expect. Each week we deliver incredible value. So that's the thank you page. And I'm trying to figure out, so we want to recreate something like that, but in the form of our diesel repair shop for an event that we're creating. So let me go to, I think the next step is the automations. Now we don't have to do this for the workshop. Let's go, but let's just check it out just so you can see it. So when someone signs up for the newsletter, they get tagged with this Morby method. The Morby method tag is important for here. They're going to get training day 1. Then it's going to wait 24 hours and send them day 2. Wait 24 hours, send them day 3. Wait 24 hours, send them day 4. And then that's it. That's the end of the funnel per se. And then after that, it's me sending out weekly newsletter. I am really just doing it 1 week at a time. If I was smart, I would have it, done 20 weeks in advance. But I just, it doesn't take me that long each week, 30 minutes or so. And plus I don't necessarily know what I'm going to talk about the next week. So I'm usually doing this a couple days in advance, but this is the end of the funnel. So we don't have to have a funnel for what we're trying to do here. So if we look at where are we at here? So we have a meet the shop event. And so when I do cold calling, or when our sales team does cold calling, we want to funnel them to this event. First of all, we don't even have a date in mind yet, which is a problem. Let me go look at my email and see. I believe there was some dates that I got here that kind of gives an overview of what not to do. Let's see. Give me a second. Look at these dates. Dates to stay away from. August 10th to September 5th. No, we're gonna have to do it sometime in August. I'm just trying to think when would be a good time to do it in August. Where's my phone? Let me look at my calendar real quick. I feel like in transportation, Fridays are usually somewhat less chaotic. Let me see when I think I'm traveling. Hold on one second. Let's see, when am I traveling? 22nd. Okay. So I'm thinking the last week in August. So let's just put that as a date for now. And I will work to get confirmation from the team on that. So we need to look at this from the lens of, okay, we're taken to this landing page. Why would I want to come to this Meet the Shop event? Right? That's the answer. That's the question that we're trying to answer for this. You know, when I first looked at this, I didn't even know to scroll up. I'm wondering if I should switch the orientation and put this video. But this is a good. I don't know if I should change this orientation. Maybe I should bring that video up a little higher. I don't even know what that is. Okay. I wonder if that would present better. That clearly did not work. Let's see. I think we have to probably save it. Okay, so like when I scroll here, at least I'm looking at it and be like, oh, there's a video here. So like I don't skip over it, because when I first looked at it, I just kind of skipped over it. And so now I can see the video. Wow, that's loud. Holy cow. Me. Okay, cool. I think we did a pretty good job with this video. Okay, so we need to just finish this up, because some of this stuff is like template stuff that we just need to go ahead and knock out real quick. Free Meet the Shop event, date, Friday. August 29th. Let me check to make sure that's right. August 29th. Put that on my calendar right now. Meet the Shop event. all day. Okay. August 29th. When should we start? I'll just say 11 a.m. EST. Join the free. I think we talked about doing like a barbecue or something, like have some food. So I'm wondering if we should probably put that in there. We need to fill this with logos or something. Hold on one second. Let me reach out to well, I gotta stop sharing for a second. Drag this to my other screen. Bear with me. Wait, what? Okay, so where did this go? No, okay, it's trapped here. All right, let me get that there. That there. Okay, now I can communicate with team here. Okay. Let me go back to sharing. Okay, cool. All right. Let me talk to our marketing team here. Hey, do you... Take a screenshot. It's not cooperating here. There we go. This. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. Hello, Zmundo.
Hello, good morning. How are you doing? This is Deborah.
I
Did
am.
you text yesterday?
Yeah. Let me
Yes.
pull that up.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, awesome. Yeah, what can I do for you?
Well, you had, well, when you text, I guess you had 45 days, and my client would really want less days than that. But I know you said that your loan would probably take that long, correct?
Yeah, I mean, we could say 30 days, but honestly, it usually ends up being 45 typically, but it just depends. Sometimes it can be 30. I always just ask for 45 just so it's,
Just to be on the safe side?
yeah, just so I don't have to come back and ask for an extension. If you don't mind me asking, what's the story behind the rush on getting to 30?
No, just so that we won't keep it off the market that long. I know I had somebody else was trying to get a loan on it, but we haven't heard anything yet.
Gotcha.
So,
Gotcha.
yeah, that's the reason why.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I understand. I'll go ahead and ask her, and
yeah,
see
I mean,
what
we
she
can
says.
keep it, at 30 and just say, hey, if things are moving along to um their satisfaction, that an extension wouldn't be a problem. I wouldn't think, as long as it was like, hey, financing is in the works, it's almost approved. I mean, it's conditionally approved, like that kind of stuff. I'm usually it's not a problem.
Oh, okay. And are you gonna sell it before, or do y'all keep them?
So we have a wholesale part of our operation. I'm focused on buying. So like everything I do is I'm focused on buying. So I have over 200 units in my portfolio. But when deals don't pencil out, or like if we have some terms that we end up landing on something that is just not a good fit for us, sometimes we will wholesale it. Obviously, we would come to you and say, hey, I just don't think I'm a good fit to buy this, but maybe one of our investors that we partner with would buy it. And then I would tell you, hey, do you want to proceed? Yes or no? But generally speaking, when we're doing our acquisitions, we're looking to buy it ourselves.
Oh, okay. Do you rent these?
Yeah, I'm an investor, so we just rent.
Okay.
We just turn them into
Rent,
rentals.
okay,
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Because I mean, she was getting like, I think 13 or 1,500 a month, but yeah, she's decided to sell it instead. So I'll let her know, and then I noticed you had sent it to my old email, and that's why I didn't get it right away. But I'll just respond to your email, or do I text you? What's the best way to get a response?
Probably texting. I would see quicker than email, but I mean, if it's long, you can obviously send an email.
Yeah. No, I think that's really her concern is the 45 days.
Okay.
So if we can continue, I'll let you know.
Okay. And then did you have any? Yeah, I mean, I think getting to 30 is not a problem. And then did you have any other thoughts on? Because I didn't really put a lot of like terms in there. Like, I don't know if you had any initial preliminary feedback from your seller, or if they haven't really mentioned anything outside of that.
Really, no. You're needing 10 business days you're gonna have an inspection on that.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty typical for everything we do.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I think. Okay. Okay. On this, I will wire a total of 500, but it's refundable.
That's if I were.
Of course, if yeah.
Yeah, within the inspection period. Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's the norm. Okay. Alrighty. Well, then I'll let her know and see what she says, and then I'll go ahead and text.
Okay. Perfect.
All right.
All right.
So much.
Thank you very much.
Well,
Take care.
Yeah. Thank you. You too.
Hey, bye. All right, cool. So let's update our CRM there. I normally don't take those calls during the day, but since we're doing this live and we're going to be doing a mix of business and real estate all day long, so I figured we'd go ahead and just take whatever calls come in today. So let me update that. Waiting. Interested. I have a lot of deals that need to be looked at and underwritten. Lead. Let me just update my notes here. Seller really wants to close quicker than 45 days. Waiting to see her answer. I need to make sure that this is the right property, to be honest. Let me look at my leads. Let's see. Let's go back to our funnel here that we're building. Look at my leads real quick. That's the only listing she has on leads we sent out, so that has to be right. Okay. We definitely need to follow up on that one because that seems like it could be an opportunity. We're going to put okay, cool. All right, back to this. So we're taking a screenshot, dump that over, tell our marketing team. Looking for some sort of logo that fits within our all white logo that shows that we are an award winning shop. I forgot what the name of that award we won. It was like Small Shop of the Year. I forgot the company that put that award on, though. Hopefully he has that. I don't think we're going to have more than, let's see. Let's delete this. Whoops. This container, I want to get rid of this container. Actually, let's see what it looks like previewed. Okay, that's, yeah, we just need one little thing here just to like clean it up, make it look a little better. Okay, so meet the shop event. August 29th. Register now. Join the free event. It's a pretty straightforward page. I don't know if we really want to put that there. Industry short repair tips and maintenance hacks. When in doubt, use ChatGPT. Maybe help me make this more attractive landing page. Oh, I didn't know there was a timer on here. Let's update that. End date is, okay, we're doing August 29th. We're doing this at, what did I say, 11 a.m.? Okay, cool. That's fixed. All right. So we got the video. Help me with a hook here. I don't think the trucking industry is quite ready for AI adoption, so I don't really want to push that as like a marketing thing. Because honestly, the industry's somewhat anti-AI, to be honest, very old school. So I want to figure out how can I better craft this. Don't talk about AI. We want to attract them to our Meet the Shop event. I don't know. For people watching, what do you think is the best hook here? You've seen the results. Now see the shop behind them. What if one event could help you run a smoother, smarter shop? Meet the team, tour the shop, leave with game-changing insights. I kind of like number 4. This could transform how you work. Step inside the shop that's changing the game. Feels exclusive and suggests. Hey, what's up, Raymond? Taps into curiosity and gives let's see. Ever wonder what really goes on behind the shop doors? I like this. I'm going to go with this one. Meet the team, tour the shop, leave the game-changing insights. World-class service. American owned and operated. That is a big thing for transportation providers. There's a lot of foreigners out there that that cut corners. Unfortunately, not all of them are like that, but it's kind of developed a little bit of a reputation that that's what they do. So we want to stress the importance that we're American owned and operated. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for dropping by. I am, let's see, we're 6.5 hours into the 32-hour live. I didn't plan on talking this much, honestly. So I've been talking quite a bit. I'm hoping, I think my biggest concern at this point is just my voice. I want to make sure I don't lose my voice because it's kind of already hurting a little bit, to be honest. But we'll keep punching through this. Join us at the free Meet the Shop event. I don't necessarily like that. Help me tweak this. Nope. I love how I can just take screenshots and just paste that in there. It's awesome. I probably want to move this closer to me. There we go. So I can sit further back. Oh, ChatGPT sticking it to me. It says your current text is fine, but it sounds like something an accountant would write on a dull Tuesday. That's funny because I do have an accounting background. That's hilarious. I love that. Help your discover the okay. I don't want to attract people with their own shops. I want to give value on. Okay, let's change this around. Use the story brand framework. I don't want to attract shop owners. I want to attract fleets that need help with maintenance, cost savings with preventative maintenance, and having it done timely with speed is their biggest concern. How top performing fleets cut costs and reduce downtime through smarter, faster maintenance. How fleets, I don't want them to cut cost. I want them to streamline or be, I don't know. Reduce downtime. Don't say cut costs, but talk about savings, maybe. Okay. Let's just, that's a little too redundant. Just get rid of that. Discover how top performing fleets unlock significant savings and reduce downtime by streamlining preventive maintenance and speeding up turnaround times. Okay, I feel like that's good. I don't think we're going to stream it live. I don't even really know what to say here. Okay, I like that. It's a little bit of a repetitive, but it's a little different flavor. Okay. Was my funnel really that long? Hold on. Let's see. Or the landing page? We don't have pictures and we don't have a crazy long agenda. I'm going to start deleting this stuff. I mean, at some point that'd be cool. Like I would love to have some of this built out, but we don't really have that right now. We're just doing we probably should have an agenda here. Problem is I don't know what that looks like. Is that what we said? 11 a.m. Oh. Oh. How can you help me out? I don't know. Tell me about yourself. What skills do you have? What do you focus on? Let's see. We got the agenda. We do need to start deleting stuff. So let's. Okay. We're going to start deleting this. I want this whole section gone pretty much. Boom, gone. Do you even really need this? I guess we can put this in here. We have the logo here somewhere. Cool. Okay, we definitely don't need all of this. Or all of that. Cut that down. I don't know what the heck that is. Let's go. Let's see of our YouTube channel. We just started a YouTube channel, so we don't have a ton of stuff on there yet. Let me see if we have anything that we can like go over. Oh wait, that's my channel. A Meet the Shop event. We have that. Tour mobile repair. Let's see. That one did pretty. These videos did pretty decent, honestly. Given we've only have 8 subscribers. I mean, that's shoot. My videos don't even get that many views sometimes, or my shorts. Let's see. What else could we utilize as value for this? Did I cut out all that stuff? No, not yet. Okay. See how that's looking so far. Awesome, man. Are you in sub 2 or are you in Gator? I can't comment on the only comments I can put are to YouTube comments. For some reason, StreamYard, it does not connect. I can see the Facebook comments, but it does not let me post a comment that connects to my Facebook page, unfortunately. I don't know why. Sub 2. Awesome, man. Awesome. Well, welcome. Appreciate you hopping on. Are you new to real estate, or are you seasoned veteran? What's maybe tell me a little bit about what you got going on. Okay, so we're okay, I like this one. We're not doing 2-day event, we're just doing 1 day. Action-packed event. Experience immersion sessions covering. The problem is I don't think people are gonna all show up and like a meetup type of event. I think it's gonna be people coming and going all throughout the day. So I'm hesitant to push doing some like interactive workshop. So I'm trying to think, how can we structure it? Let me call my AI and talk to myself and see if I can get some good advice.
Hey, have you had a chance to run numbers on those surplus funds for the Morby deal yet?
Hey, so I'm building a landing page for a Meet the Shop event for a diesel repair mechanic shop. And I'm trying to figure out how can I create value or attract or create a perception of value in what we're going to have at the event. Why would someone want to come to the event? I don't want to structure interactive workshops because I'm hesitant on the timeline for the day. It's going to be something like 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. And I think it'll be companies coming in and out all day. I don't think it's going to be everyone showing up at once. So I'm not sure how to structure the agenda.
All right, so here's the thing. If you're not doing workshops or a set agenda, you've got to lean hard into creating a vibe that makes people want to drop in, even if it's just for 20 minutes. The value here isn't just about what you're offering, it's about how it feels to be there. Think of it like this: people show up for two reasons. Either they're curious about what's in it for them, or they're drawn to the energy of the event itself. So, for a diesel repair shop, you could create value by showcasing what makes your shop stand out. Maybe you set up a live demo area where your team works on a truck in real time, showing off their expertise. Or you could have a diagnostic station where attendees can bring in questions about their own vehicles and get quick free advice. That's practical value, something they can walk away with. Now, to keep the energy up throughout the day, think about adding some fun elements. A food truck or a barbecue setup could be a big draw, especially if you tie it to the shop's brand, like Fuel Up with Us. You could also do giveaways, something like free oil changes or branded gear. People love free stuff, and it gives them a reason to stick around. And here's a wild card idea: invite a local influencer or someone in the trucking or diesel world who has a following. They could do a meet and greet or even just hang out and post about the event. That kind of social proof can make your shop look like the place to be. So, no rigid agenda needed. Just create pockets of value and energy that make people feel like they're missing out. If they don't stop by, what do you think? Would any of that fit the vibe you're going for?
Yeah, those are all good ideas. Can you give me a quick recap on everything?
All right, quick recap. First, create value by showcasing your shop's expertise, like a live demo area or a diagnostic station where people can get quick advice on their vehicles. Then, keep the energy up with fun elements like a food truck or barbecue, and maybe some giveaways like free oil changes or branded gear. Finally, bring in a local influencer or someone in the diesel world to add social proof and buzz. No rigid agenda, just pockets of value and energy that make people feel like they're missing out if they don't stop by. Sound good?
Yeah. How can I get people to post on social media that they were there at our shop?
All right, so to get people posting, you need to make it irresistible and easy. First, create a photo-worthy setup like a branded backdrop with your shop's logo and maybe a cool truck or engine display. People love snapping pics in front of something that screams, "I was here." Then incentivize them. Offer a giveaway where they have to post and tag your shop to enter. Like, post your pic with our backdrop, tag us, and you could win a free oil change or shop merch. Finally, make sure your team is hyping it up. Have them encourage visitors to take photos and even offer to snap the pics for them. It's all about creating that FOMO. Sound like a plan?
Love it. Thank you. Okay. Awesome. I'm liking that. I gotta make a phone call real quick. Probably can't have this public. He's not available. Ugh. Hmm. Okay, so I like those ideas. It's just logistically, how do we get some sort of photo worthy backdrop? And where would we put it? Huh. Okay, let's keep working on this agenda here. Expert technicians, gain insights, action packets, immersion sessions, covering franchises. Okay, we need to make this day focused on content. So we're doing repairs in the shop that are like we're literally filming live repairs and doing interactive kind of demos on like actual work. So that way we're not taking away from doing jobs. We're like literally doing the jobs while we're okay, hold on. Hey, what's up, man? Oh, doing good. It's okay, man. I know I'm not the most important customer to you. Jeez. No, but we would like to know what happened. Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah. I get it. Um Yeah, I mean he's pretty frustrated, but I do have something that might help if you guys are able to do it. I assume not, but I mean if you could, it would be amazing. Is there a way to make our I think we've tried this before. I think the answer was no. So we have 3 repair vehicles now in our maintenance shop. You know, obviously you know our maintenance shop, right? And all 3 of those trucks are diesel trucks, and we would love to use our discount, but we don't want it to create a billing shit show and just reusing, you know, our RTS cards and then trying to like figure out bill back. I don't think there's a way to like have that same program under like our shop name, is there? Yeah, I mean, because then it's like us, our accounting team, literally doing chargebacks. Like it would all then we'd have to run all the volume through RTS, and then it's really our shop volume, and we'd have to sit there and play accounting, you know. We could do that if you. At one point, we did have a DOT number because we were required to have one for like tanker certifications. We don't have tanker certificate, or we don't have a tanker certification anymore because we don't work on tankers. But if that was the thing that you needed, I mean, we could activate it. Yeah, he owns. I own part of it. Noah owns part of it, and Will owns part of it too. So I mean, it's all three of us that are all, you know, we all work at the trucking company too. So you think the DOT is going to be important? Yeah, so I'm looking. We have an active DOT number, but we don't have operating authority, which makes sense because we're not a trucking company. But we do have an active DOT. Well, our shop is like, we're not running anywhere. It's just a shop. We literally had to get a DOT number just so we could do the like certification for tanks. So we don't have any. I mean, it says we have one power unit, but you know, it's just we just had to establish that. So it is technically an active DOT number that I'm looking at. Well, yeah, and that yeah, that would be separate billing, right? Because then we don't have to worry about the accounting issue, and it'll be billed separately. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay. I don't even know, man. I mean, we're not a crazy amount, but we are planning on scaling this operation out. So we got 3 service trucks up and running in the past like 6 weeks. So I mean, it's a very, I mean, we paid cash on the trucks. I mean, it's not $150,000, truck and trailer that you gotta buy, right? Like it's pretty minimal, like as far as overhead, and it's pretty high margin by us doing it. And we have a huge demand from customers, like they really want it. So like that's why we're scaling it quicker. So I mean, we'll probably add more. And I mean, we like just the other day we had a breakdown like 2 hours away. We took the service truck and drove 2 hours. So obviously there's mileage there. We're driving it all around town, to and from work, because the guys are taking it home too. So I mean, there's some. I mean, it's not like an over the road truck, but I mean there is mileage happening. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, I guess they can pull wherever you want them to pull for for the discount. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. I think, yeah, I think they would, because I mean, these are like Ford pickup trucks that are converted with tops. Like, okay. Yeah, I mean, that would help. I mean, if we need to do financials, like it's not really the end of the world. We can do that. Yeah, I mean, you guys wouldn't even notice. You guys wouldn't even notice the volume. It's just more of an annoyance to us. Okay, cool, man. I appreciate it. Perfect. Sounds good, man. All right, thanks. Bye. Let me text back. Okay. So let's see about finishing this. What time is it? Wow, this day's going by fast. Okay, we need to get this done. Action packed. Join live demos. Hands on. Design a simplify. Honestly, I don't even want to do agenda. I mean, I'd love to have an agenda, but I feel like this is just going to prevent me from getting this out there. So let's just get rid of it. Um, Sign up. Free. I need to move on to building software here in a second. So we need to finish this up. Sign up for our free event. Ready to upgrade your maintenance. Let me check to see if we have anything marketing wise. Okay, cool. Let's see. Yeah, that looks better. But we need the actual award we won and not these, because these are made up. Let me see. What was the name of the award we won? Small Shop of the Year, Big Rig Garage. Wrenchway, there we go. Put that. One of those award designs and recreate one with the actual information. Okay, cool. So we got that in process. All right. That's the old one. We need this logo replaced. Join the free. I feel like I'm going to want to change this later, but it's a good start. I would love to add stuff here, but I just want to get this out. Like, I don't want to sit here and think about this all day long. I mean, we just need to get it out there. Who cares if it's perfect or whatever? Like, let's just go. We need to move quicker. Small Shop of the Year. Okay, gangster. All right. I love it. He already came back with something. All right, so let's go ahead and add this in. Upload. Oh, the dimensions didn't really scale that great. Oh. Hmm. I'm not loving that. Dimension wise. Let me send that back. What up? I am, but what? No. What's up? I'm working, but I am live on Facebook and YouTube right now. So yeah, we'll just stay further away from my mic. What's up? Not right this second, but yeah. Okay. You have the. Yeah.
Now, I'm just gonna text you a total.
I don't care. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, well, I will need the details for just categorization, but yeah.
Lex has it all.
Okay.
I just, I'm to the point where.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it.
I just replaced 2 AC units, so I really need that money. It's $200 a pop.
I feel your pain.
And then we just did a bunch of stuff in the homestead, so I got cash flowing out every fucking office I had.
I feel your pain.
It's not sure, but I should be going to Tennessee here soon.
Okay.
I'll let you know as soon as I got the concreted. I'll probably go during the week though. Just
Okay. Cool. Yeah, let me.
I'm trying to get stuff staged and basically move on to, okay, what's the next step? Like, what do I need to prep for the next trip? But I will have a truck and trailer. If there's something that needs to come back from there, let me know, that way I can load it first.
It's just that Santa mailbox thing.
Just give me a list.
Okay.
Whenever.
Okay.
Yo.
His name's Ben. No, he's on vacation today. Is that check in there? Hey, is the check in there?
Yeah.
Okay, you got it? Okay, cool. You're welcome. You should learn his name though. You should learn his name though.
It's been so hot today.
Oh yeah.
Dave got me on service calls. Minnie's on me. It's like my brain is just like not working today.
We'll call it that.
When I get home, can we just have dinner and quiet time for a little while? She's like, man, my phone ain't stopped ringing since I got it at 5 o'clock this morning. At 5:30 it started ringing for service calls. I said it ain't stopped. I said everybody told me that my parts that I ordered earlier in the week I could pick them up. So I tried to go into a couple places to pick up my parts. And they're like, well, they won't be until next week. And I'm like, no, they have to be in, I have to have these parts Monday. You know what I mean? I said, because people are counting on us to fix their equipment. I said, so you can't not do this. So yeah, it's been. I hope yours is better.
See you, man. I gotta check something sensitive in my email real quick. Hold on. That sucks. Oh. Oh, wow. That's crazy. Okay, cool. All right, back to it. All right, so that looks good. I'm happy with this. Let's just get it out there. Get it done. Move on. Get on with it. Let's just make sure this doesn't look stupid. Boom, 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 boom. I love it. Okay, let's test it out. Go to live page. Let me sign up for the event. Want to see what that user experience looks like. Oh, you know what? I need some water. There's probably a thank you page that I need to look at. So let's look at this funnel. There's an upgrade VIP form. Let's just get rid of that. Let's look at this thank you page. Oh, missed opportunity right now. We need to drive traffic to our newsletter. That's what we need to do from this here. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's go back to this. Don't know why I didn't think about that until now. I should have been thinking about that. Okay, so where is this? It's going to open a pop-up. And where's the pop-up? We've been live for 7.5 hours so far. Let's go. We're punching through the day. You know, this is really just me doing work, honestly. So we really haven't gotten to the interesting part. It's going to be interesting when we get to later on. You know what? I haven't seen any. I haven't seen a whole lot of Owners Club members pop in. We had a couple earlier this morning, so let me start prodding some people here. Hold on. I deal with this tenant issue. Tenant called complaining that contractor didn't do the job properly, said she didn't fix the kitchen cabinet, and the paint he did was already chipping. She also asked to reimburse her the problem she had with the toilet and said the plumber didn't know what the cause of having it clogged, but he fixed it. I told her it's her responsibility, but then she complained that we had fixed the kitchen sink before. Why is the toilet different from that? And that she wants it handled by us and what's handled by her. Because if the lease and maintenance repair is less than $100, it's handled by the tenant. But this is caused by her. Okay. Why is every day a problem? Someone, okay, 10 a.m. to check the gas meter and related for piping. So they would come between 8 a.m. and mention that someone must be there. Okay, so now I gotta, can you text the tenant at 4:29 and ask him if he will be there between 8 a.m. and 12 p.m. Key is dropped off in mailbox. Let me just do a quick rundown on properties here. Showing scheduled. Okay, great. code for the garage door is the same as the front door for each tenant. They just put in their code for that door too, and it should work. Okay, quick rundown there. All right, what was I doing? Oh yeah. Okay. So we need to find this pop-up where this is redirecting to, so that way I can change that. Except it's not letting me. Animation? No. Templates? Where do I go for the pop-up? How do I access the pop-up on ClickFunnels? We really got to jump onto something else. Let's just figure this out real quick. Navigate your funnel, click edit page. In the top menu of the bar editor, click pop-up. Super not helpful. Show me where. Here's exactly where. Top navigation bar. Look at the top center of your editor. Between my ass. Wow, what an idiot. I swear that wasn't there. Like, someone's playing games with me. Like, there's no way that that was there the whole time. It said pop up. Oh, that's funny. So stupid. Reserve your free spot now. Okay. Reserve your spot and join. And also join our newsletter packed with weekly maintenance tips and best practices. Okay, so how do we drive traffic to get people on our newsletter and we just focus on delivering value? We need to be posting some content. Let me call our shop manager.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's going on?
What do we have anything in the shop going on for like or even not even today, but just recently in the past couple days that we can talk about, like a story, cool repair? Do we save a customer from anything, like that kind of stuff?
I had one this morning where an alternator went out on one of the RTS trucks.
Okay, tell me about that.
So basically, she called me this morning about 6 o'clock, saying that her alternator, that her truck died and wouldn't restart. So I had to call road service out to get it inspected and see what was going on, and actually the alternator went bad.
Where was this truck at?
It was in Iowa? Yeah, Iowa.
Okay, so it was too far to send our
Yeah.
send
it was
our
too
truck.
far to send.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
one of our room service guys that far.
No, we don't. What? I mean, that doesn't really sound like a cool story. Like, what did we fix?
So, well, I'm trying to think of another.
It could be from last week too.
Right. I'm gonna do some thinking. I'll call you back.
Okay. All right. Can
I'm trying to think of something unique that's happened.
yeah, maybe like just something quick.
Yeah.
You want to call me back in like 10 minutes or something?
I think I'm gonna call you.
Okay. In like 10 minutes or something like that, or what?
Yeah. I'll just think about it, and as soon as I think of something, I'll call you back.
Okay. All right. Thanks, man.
All right.
All right. Bye. All right. I want some like cool stories of what we did, so we can throw that in there and do some social media stuff. All right. Reserve your spot and also join our newsletter packed with weekly maintenance tips and best practices. Okay. So I'm basically saying, hey, by doing this, you're going to be joining our newsletter essentially. Okay. Does it all go to the same pop-up? Yeah, it does. I think it all goes to the same pop-up. Okay, so we have... So when someone signs up, this is going to... Let's see what our landing page looks like. So they're going to opt in. Then they're going to be taken to a thank you page. What is this? What's the difference here? This is kind of cool. I like this concept. Yeah, if we had this more mature, I would love to do something like this where it's like, here's maintenance tip day 1, or here's like this valuable maintenance tip for preventative maintenance or whatever. We're obviously not there yet. So I'm going to delete that page, but I love that concept. I'm trying to think, as far as getting them on a newsletter, how can we create value for free? Let's go to this thank you page, and I just want to see what this looks like because this will be the next step in the funnel. They'll put in their email. They'll get taken to the landing or this page. Thank you for signing up. What color is this? Go to the color here. Man, we really need to move on to something else. But I really don't want to leave this unfinished. I'm about to go get my lunch here in a second. Just heat it up for a couple minutes. Your ticket to the Meet the Shop event. This event starts. Let's keep this on brand here at 11 a.m. Okay. Let's get rid of this because we're not going to put anyone's face here. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I don't love the color, so let's make this look better. Oh, crap. I don't want that. Whoops. Whatever that was, let's not do that. Okay, here we go. There we go. That's better. Okay. I like that a little better. Honestly, I don't even want to put anything here. I just want to get this out the door. We can worry about this later. Trash. Okay, cool. Keep it simple. Let's just make it happen. Okay. Thank you for signing up. Okay, cool. Simple. Okay. We need to get them signed up on our newsletter. Let's see. I think I have to attach a workflow. Let me go and check out how I did the other funnel here. So this was the newsletter I created. So it's got a thank you page. Huh. Attached workflow. Okay. So there's an attached workflow here. So let's go to our workflow. See, this is where it's like really not that straightforward. This is pretty hectic. Repair shop. Meet the shop event. Ooh. Only one run per contact, I think. Okay. I just want to add a tag. That's all I want to do, I believe. Tag a contact. Meet the shop event. BRG newsletter. I want to add them to the Meet the Shop event, and then I also want to add them to the newsletter. So I want to create those two steps. I don't want to spam them right off the bat. So in this workflow, I don't think I want to send them like, I don't want to send them, start spamming them with newsletter stuff. Plus, we don't even have the newsletter built out yet. And we need to spend some time doing that and driving traffic to it. The newsletter that I created for Morby Methods has worked really, really well because I gave an incredible amount of value in those 4 or 3 hours of training videos over 4 days. So how can I recreate that for the maintenance shop? Let's ask my AI here. Extremely valuable insights to provide to trucking companies in a maintenance newsletter or best practices and tips on preventative maintenance, where my audience, trucking companies. I don't know what happened to my my LinkedIn stream. It says we're having trouble streaming on my LinkedIn. Let me go on here. Okay. If you're targeting trucking companies with a maintenance newsletter, cost versus downtime analysis, break down how preventative maintenance saves money by reducing unplanned downtime. Use real world examples like how a $500 brake inspection can prevent. Oh, I freaking love this. This is awesome because I can use my credibility as a CFO to deliver that kind of video, and that makes sense. Doing like a cost analysis on downtime. Break down how preventative maintenance saves money. Use real world examples like a $500 brake inspection. How can prevent a $5,000 roadside repair and missed delivery penalties? Okay, so that would be. I don't feel like that's the hook. Like I feel like it needs to be. That's like that would be good to know. Get them thinking that way. But I don't feel like that's like the end all be all. Like yes, this is a ton of value. But I do like that. Provide checklists tailored to weather changes. Ooh, okay. That is what we need to do. Free maintenance checklist. Okay, that's another idea. Highlight the importance of oil sampling to detect tire management strategies. Fleet maintenance software. We're going to be building that here in a little bit. That's what I'm going to be working on next after I grab something to eat and get some water. We're going to be building the fleet maintenance software. Fuel efficiency hacks. Okay, this is what we need to do for a newsletter. How can we package that up? I mean, really, every week we need to be coming out with this kind of stuff. So I don't know if it should be a drip campaign. Hey, what's up, Monique? What's going on? You want to come on stage or what? If you want to, I can get you the link. Well, I can't post on Facebook, actually. Well, you just let me know if you want to hop on. I'll get you on here. Okay, so fuel efficiency hacks. I like that. You don't know how. Oh shoot! Not trying to do that. Hold on. Let me stop sharing for a second. Over here exposing my text messages. Oh, I have not even been sharing my screen this whole time, actually. That's funny. Okay, so here, I don't have a way to like send this. I mean, I guess I could send it to your email. Do you want me to send it to your email or text you, Monique? I want to hear about how you grow some of your businesses on the sales side. Like, what do you do to get customers? Like, that's what I want to hear about. Email. Okay. I'm going to email it to you right now. StreamYard link. Coming your way. Let's see. And it's good for 32 hours. All right. I just emailed that. Oh, wait. It said could not send. Check your network. Okay. That's weird. Bear with me. Let me get this sent. Okay, I just emailed it. Okay. So I'm looking at these different tips for, let me share my screen. I thought I was sharing my screen the whole time. So I asked my AI to share different strategies to help me grow this newsletter. So cost versus downtime, that's an easy one. I'm looking for something that is like really, really action packed with value on the front end. So that way I can hook them and convince them to actually read my emails, which is something that I've done on my newsletter for Morby Methods, which has, you know, a really, really strong open rate because I did a good job at delivering value on the front end of that. So I want to recreate that same process here. I like, hold on one second. Hello? In the hangout area. All right. Bye. What's up?
Live?
Yes.
You are.
Yeah.
Also, I gotta be careful what I say to you.
Yeah.
I need some help.
What's that?
I need to send some money to Brian.
Okay.
An ACH.
Okay. He's already set up.
Your ACH.
Yeah. Is it, he has like under his name or a company name?
Yes.
His name Brian.
Brian Simpson.
Okay. Let me stop sharing my screen. How do I do that? Oh, no, that's not the right one. Okay. How much?
Okay.
That's it? Okay. Yeah, I talked to Colin. He's going to try to make it happen. No promises.
That'd be awesome. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, it's completely affiliated company. So, I mean, honestly, I would tell them, hey, we could do it internally. Keep it clean. And that's
He said he would be worried about the trying to figure out how to apply the discount to the front of the fuel station versus the back because of the tanks. Like, I don't know if it's the size of the tank. Like he said at the pilot stations, they don't, like, it won't physically fit in there, right? Because it's meant for diesel, like big diesel trucks. I don't know. I don't know if that. He said that's happened before. So I don't know if the size of the tank would.
Well, they do have different models.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. The nozzles. Yeah.
And gas. Was he able to get a gas discount?
He said what he would try to do is apply that discount to our account under the shop name. No, we don't get a gas discount. No, yeah, no, we don't. No, no, it's only diesel. And this is at a RTS, right? $2K. Does he need it like today, I assume? I just sent you screenshots done.
Giving them the whole enchilada today. Be all over the board.
Yeah. Right now I'm working on trying to figure out how to create value in a newsletter for the shop and drive people to sign up for it. So doing like best practice tips every week on maintenance, preventative maintenance, that kind of stuff. But I'm trying to figure out like what could I do to like actually get you to open the email?
You mean like the potential customer?
Correct. Yeah.
Always that discount that first time.
Well, I mean, like just tips, like best practice. I mean, we can do that too, but like as far as, are there any checklist that we do for that most fleets don't do that you could give of like, hey, it like this one example says seasonal maintenance tips. Whenever weather changes, this is what you do to weatherize.
I mean, air conditioning cheap, right? I mean, if this is air conditioning. I mean, if it's a DOT blitz week, then it's going to be, it could be tires and brakes and suspension, right? I mean, there's certain times a year that certain things are, I mean, they kind of become the top of the chart. What could you do that's different?
Or like, do most fleets not even know how to do that stuff, or do they all pretty much know that?
I hate to tell you that air conditioning tends to be secondary in most fleets. You know, it's like it broke. Now we're going to fix it.
Yeah.
Not we're going to check it before it breaks. And like now we're going through this heat wave of 90+ days. They would be like giving them preventative inspection on air conditioning to go on that. I mean, that could be filters, condensers. I mean, that's checking freon, making sure it's optimal. You know, you don't really know. It's like your home air conditioner, right? Most people, they don't necessarily do the preventative stuff. They kind of do it just broke and now I gotta go fix it. Anything we can do to help the customer be proactive on something that they traditionally would probably be more reactive, I think makes them want to consider. I know it would make me want to consider.
Are people even doing like DVIR checklists, things like that? Or are they just like, well, whatever?
I mean, go back before they started changing everything to ELDs. DVIRs were kind of like absolute have to. I mean, like you had to fill them out in your vehicle every day, irrespective of whether something needs repaired or didn't need repaired. Today, I mean, it's kind of almost like fleets run it. It's like, oh, it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, I mean, they don't really use the DVR. I mean, every driver's supposed to do an inspection on their equipment daily, but let's face it, there's a whole bunch of folks that kind of just drive trucks. And, you know, the process has changed to some extent just because of the way the regulations read. So I'd say it's pretty hit and miss. I think if you get into the trades, I think it gets worse. I mean, if you start getting into the dump truck world, you start getting into full trailers and roll-offs and all that, I think there's very little compliance with pre-inspection, post-inspection. I think road drivers probably are a little bit better at it. I'm not going to say a lot better, a little better at it.
Mm.
It's a weakness, I think, in most fleets.
Well,
so anytime we could offer something that get us a look under the truck, under the trailer, I think fleets going to be interesting.
so is our target audience like truck or fleet owners, or is it just the maintenance directors, or
I mean, I think the primary.
like what's
When you think
the
about it, like here, who would be our boss? Who would be the primary? That would be a potential. But David would be too, right? And you've got multiple people that have some say in what and even operations. I mean, that market sometimes is operation. Operations gets frustrated with their own maintenance department, right? Or whether it's internal or external, and they want to do something different. And a ticked off operations person can drive things to happen too. I mean, like, hey, we're not getting the job done. I mean, we've had customers come to us because of that problem, right? And it's been operational people come to us saying, we don't get the trucks fixed the way they need to get fixed where we're at. I mean, perfect example is this big tanker deal. Maintained by someone else, and they weren't being maintained, and they were completely frustrated with it. I mean, we've got 2 or 3 new customers within the last 3 months that are exactly that. They had deals with, in some cases, big, maintenance facilities, big fleets, the Penske's of the world, and those the riders and people that haven't kept up and haven't done the job. I mean, we kind of saw that in the acquisition.
yeah.
Period. Same down there. I mean, they leave it up to you. I mean, which is really kind of crazy in some ways. You bring it down and it starts falling apart.
Yeah.
And then the other problem, a lot of fleets don't want to do is downtime. I mean, like, if you can't get the truck in and out, fleet in general, the guy he'll keep running, even though it needs to be fixed. I mean, if you tell him it's going to be 3 days before you can look at it, he just hangs on to the truck. So I think the speed of the operation is really critical too. We got several customers here that, as you know, they got something that's down tonight. They need it back up and running by 5 a.m. the next morning.
Yeah.
That goes a long way. I think having some way to communicate. I mean, because you can't do it with 100% of the fleet, right? You can't always do that. It's not always going to be down at 5 o'clock and back up at 5 a.m. But when you know it, that your customer's got that problem, you can kind of put it in a different slot. You don't just put them in line. You say, hey, we'll get you taken care of as best we can, and we'll get, as long as we get the parts, and everything kind of comes off and goes together smooth, we'll have it back. And usually 90% of the time you're able to do that. I think you talked about utilization. Utilization is important.
Yeah.
Trades guys, I think it's even more important. I mean, most fleets have a spare truck. Most trades people don't have spare trucks. They got a lot of specialized equipment. Can't go down to Penske and rent one. Can't go down to leasing company.
Well, I think my stream ended on Facebook, so I need to probably relaunch that. I think it gets timed out. Let me see if it's still on there. Yeah, it ended. Okay, so that ended. So I'm gonna jump on. I'm gonna end this stream, and then I'm gonna create a second stream, so it'll get pushed back to YouTube and Facebook and LinkedIn probably, if I can get that to work. So I will be right back.